Chapter 1503. It didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Everything it had done before was to confuse the other party, to make them think that it was trying to escape and chase after it recklessly. In this way, it had fallen into its trap. How was this still another beast? This was clearly a beast spirit that had cultivated to a certain degree. The moment it turned around, the nether beast let out a muffled roar, and its giant mouth slowly opened to sliver. The nether beast hadn't opened its mouth for 10,000 years. For the nether beast, the crack in its mouth was actually 1,000 feet wide. The moment it opened its mouth, the roar that originally came from within its body rushed out like crazy, as if it had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Roar! It was impossible to describe the power of this roar. The moment it spread out, the stars trembled, and the entire Luo-Tian star system could hear it clearly. As the roar spread out, a powerful force erupted from the nether beast's body and forced its mouth to expand once more. 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The roar contained an impact that could collapse space itself. The moment it appeared, it charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair was pulled back, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. His ears rumbled. The nether beast's 10,000 feet mouth expanded once more. 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 60,000 feet, until it reached 80,000 feet. At a glance, the giant nether beast looked like a path to the netherworld. The roar coming from inside was like the roar of a god. Inside the Luo-Tian star system, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. As the nether beast's roar echoed, the surrounding fog scattered like crazy. In the blink of an eye, there was no more fog left. Even his body was pushed back by the nether beast's roar. As he retreated, waves of tearing pain came from his body. If he wasn't a 7-star ancient god and was an ordinary cultivator, he would have collapsed under the nether beast's roar. While retreating, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and more than 10 ancient leaves flew out. They didn't seal the nether beast's mouth, but surrounded Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed to between his eyebrows, and esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin appeared. After they appeared, they didn't attack the nether beast. Instead, they stood beside Wang Lin, and Joss flames surrounded Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. The moment Ling Dong and Zhou Jin attacked, Wang Lin's ancient god stars rotated like the wind. The ancient order head appeared around him and surrounded the three of them. The nether beast's roar only lasted for a few breaths before it dissipated. After the roar stopped, a powerful suction force filled the starry sky. Under this powerful suction force, Wang Lin saw the nether beast's ability to devour the heavens. The fog that had been pushed far away instantly closed in. It passed by Wang Lin and charged toward the nether beast's mouth. The star system trembled, and countless specks of dust flew out. The dust turned into a storm and was devoured by the nether beast's mouth. The nether beast's mouth was like a giant black hole that devoured everything. With Ling Dong, Zhou Jin, and the ancient order power around Wang Lin, he was able to stabilize his body. Not only was he not pulled forward, but he was slowly being pushed back. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he waited for the most critical opportunity. However, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. In just a moment, it had reached an extremely terrifying degree. Layers of space were swept up and pulled towards the mouth of the nether realm. There were even rumbling sounds in the distance. Some of the desolate stars in the star field were pulled away from their orbits by the suction force and rushed towards this place. In an instant, a giant abandoned planet moved faster and faster. It passed by Wang Lin like the wind and charged toward the nether beast. Compared to the wild planet, although the nether beast's body was larger, it still couldn't compare. However, as the wild planet closed in, it suddenly began to distort. In the blink of an eye, it shrank and was sucked into the nether beast's mouth. This scene caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. As the suction force increased, the dozen or so ancient leaves around Wang Lin rotated rapidly, forming a tight blockade. With the help of the ancient order head and Ling Dong and Zhou Jin, they continued to resist. It's not time yet. The nether beast's mouth can't only have this much power. As Wang Lin stared at the nether beast, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Thunderous rumbles echoed as dozens of abandoned planets closed in and were instantly devoured by the nether beast's mouth. The nether beast's eyes were filled with anxiety. What it wanted to devour was Wang Lin, not these abandoned planets or the fog. However, Wang Lin wasn't affected by the suction force at all. This caused the nether beast's eyes to become filled with madness. There's a world inside the nether beast's body, but this world is only its spell. Since this beast has vitality, it has a soul and a body of flesh and blood. If I want to make it my life essence beast, I must seal it inside its body and not be sucked into that world. Although I wanted to open its mouth, I don't want it to take the initiative to open its mouth. In addition, this beast hasn't used all of its spells. According to the information I have, when this beast truly begins to devour, a soul will appear. Only at that moment can I seal the soul. Before the soul comes out, I can't seal the inside. Otherwise, if the soul doesn't come out, the seal will fail. Wang Lin saw the anxiety in the nether beast's eyes, but he still didn't attack. He controlled his body to slowly retreat under the suction force. This suction force might have some effect on Master Lu Fu, but Wang Lin had Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. He also had the Ancient Order Head and the Ancient God Treasure, the Ancient Leaves, so he could completely resist it. His slow retreat fell into the eyes of the nether beast. The beast's body released a flash of dark blue light, and the 80,000-foot crack in its mouth began to expand once more. 80,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 80,000 feet, until it was more than 100,000 feet wide. From afar, the nether beast's mouth occupied most of its body. Its distorted appearance was extremely shocking. The nether beast opened its mouth to the limit and let out a roar. The nether beast trembled, and a giant shadow appeared behind it. This phantom was also a nether beast. However, it only had one mouth, and the size of this mouth was comparable to a star domain. This was the soul of the nether beast. Perhaps it was an illusion, but from Wang Lin's point of view, the moment the beast's mouth opened, it was as if space itself had turned into a river and the countless cultivation planets had become fish in the river. With that suction force, the entire star domain was sucked toward this giant mouth. Deep within the vortex, one could vaguely see a rotating black hole. This black hole was the nether beast's spell world. This scene was enough to shock anyone who saw it. The ancient leaves around Wang Lin trembled, as if they couldn't withstand this suction force. Even Ling Dong and Zhou Jin's expressions turned livid, and they let out roars. However, despite this, Wang Lin's body was still pulled forward by this sudden increase in suction force. He got closer and closer. Just as he was about to be sucked into the giant mouth, the coldness that Wang Lin had suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. The moment it erupted, he raised his right hand and mercilessly threw a punch. This punch immediately pulled in the Ancient Order Head. It let out a roar and turned into a giant statue of a devil god. It surrounded the punch and charged out like crazy. Zhou Jin also erupted with his full power. He turned into a monstrous blood wolf and charged out along with Wang Lin's punch. From afar, Wang Lin's punch looked like a giant pillar of light. Outside the pillar of light, the blood waves roared, and the devil god statue opened its arms. The ancient head was like a fist as it smashed into the nether beast's illusory mouth. This punch was Wang Lin's peak attack. It was a fusion of Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. It was the full power of 3 third-step cultivators. At this instant, the thunder tattoo appeared in Wang Lin's right eye and flew out. The moment it fused with the punch, thunder descended from the sky and formed a thunder lake. The 9-colored fire in his left eye turned into a firestorm that also fused with the punch. This punch was infinitely close to the full power of a peak Nirvana Void cultivator. It was close to the second level of the Void Realm, the Spirit Void Realm. In an instant, it collided with the illusory nether beast's mouth. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the nether beast let out a roar. The illusory mouth trembled and showed signs of collapsing. However, at the same time, as it collapsed, the suction force increased greatly and unexpectedly sucked Wang Lin's punch into its mouth. Esteemed Ling Dong was the first to disappear. He was sucked into the nether beast's spell world. Shortly after, Zhou Jin disappeared due to the powerful suction force. Their disappearance bought Wang Lin precious time. Due to Ling Dong and Zhou Jin's Joss Flames, the Joss Flames of two third-step cultivators were able to block the nether beast's black hole for several breaths of time. This caused Wang Lin's body to stop inside the nether beast's illusory mouth. This illusory mouth was the soul and the key to sealing it. If he wanted to seal the soul, he had to enter the mouth after the soul came out, but he couldn't be sucked into the nether beast's body. Wang Lin had carefully calculated this point. Although he was a bit off as to why the nether beast hadn't escaped, he had still achieved his original goal and returned to his calculations. Time was short, and the few breaths of time that Zhou Jin and Ling Dong had bought would soon pass. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to form a seal and point forward. At the same time, the 7 stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly and flew out. The 7 stars rotated and flew out. Wang Lin pointed to the nether beast's soul mouth. With the will of my royal ancient god and the inheritance of the ancient order, I seal your soul as my life essence beast. At the third watch, the distance between us is constantly being pulled closer. There are only a few dozen hours left. Here, I implore my fellow Taoists to take another look at the individual center to see if there are any monthly votes left. We fought hard for a month and held the first position for nearly half a month. We've worked hard together and fought together for so many days. I don't want to be defeated in these last few dozen hours. I want to win. I want to be first. Chapter 1504. Wang Lin's words contained an unquestionable force. The moment he spoke, the 7 stars flew out and imprinted themselves on the nether soul's mouth. The first star lit up. At the same time, the second, third, and 4th stars all lit up. An ancient soul force entered the stars and entered Wang Lin's body. When all 7 stars lit up, the soul sealing was a success. However, just at this moment, time passed. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin had paid the price of being sucked in, but the time they had gained was not enough. The nether soul spell world opened once more and a suction force swept out. Wang Lin's body immediately showed signs of being sucked in. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin let out a roar as he raised his right hand and mercilessly threw at the realm of spells hidden inside the nether soul's mouth. All the ancient leaves flew out toward the black hole that was the entrance to the nether soul's spell world. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the suction force weakened. At the same time, the 5th star lit up. However, the moment it lit up, the ancient leaves were sucked in by the black hole and the suction force closed in once more. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, but he remained calm. Although he had paid a great price to obtain the nether beast, and if he succeeded, Ling Dong and the others would be fine. If he failed at this critical moment, it would be a heavy loss. However, before he made his decision, he had already done a detailed analysis. Everything was still within his calculations. He was confident he could light up the last 2 stars. The moment the suction force appeared again, Wang Lin waved his sleeves. Wang Yu's giant body was like the tip of an iceberg as she charged toward the black hole. In an instant, Wang Yu's body was blocked by the black hole. As she was sucked in, she bought the last bit of time for Wang Lin. The 6th star lit up. The 7th star lit up. The 7 stars in the nether soul's mouth lit up in the blink of an eye. As they rotated rapidly, the soul seal was complete. The external seal, the soul seal, and the internal seal. Right now, Wang Lin had already completed 2 of them. Only the last one was left. After the 7 stars of the ancient god lit up, they left their imprints and returned to the space between Wang Lin's eyebrows. But right at this moment, a shocking change suddenly occurred. A ray of 7-colored light suddenly shot out from the sealed nether soul's mouth. This 7-colored light was monstrous and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area. When he saw the seven-colored light, even Wang Lin was startled for a moment. Rainbow! The seven-colored light surged and swept across the starry sky. While it covered the nether beast's soul, it also covered the nether beast's body. As the seven-colored light flashed, an indescribable force came from the nether beast's body. At the same time, the seal that Wang Lin had placed on the nether beast's body showed signs of dissipating. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the seal had been washed away by the seven-colored light. Only a sliver remained, and it was about to completely disappear. In addition, the seven-star soul seal that had just been branded in the nether soul's mouth suddenly changed from bright to dim, like seven candles struggling in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the star marks were extinguished. This sudden change was something Wang Lin didn't expect. It was difficult for him to guess that the nether beast could have the power of seven-colored light. 7 colors, 7 colors. The seven-colored light flashed rapidly and became brighter once more. At this moment, illusory figures floated out from the nether beast's mouth. Enlightened, imprison the Tao of the heavens. All living beings must go through endless tribulations. Leave the deep prison with only one thought, and follow the path of cultivation. A buzzing sound echoed among the stars as the figures floated out from the nether beast's mouth. Enlightened, all living beings must move forward endlessly, solve the current world, escape the will of the heavens, and follow the path of cultivation. Enlightened, lock the fate of the heavens, seal the nether dynasty. All living beings cannot follow the true Tao, sink into the sea of bitterness, forever lose the true Tao, and follow the path of cultivation. More and more figures appeared, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the nether beast. Enlightened, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he vaguely understood what was happening. He understood why the nether beast didn't run away and instead reversed its nature. He finally understood why the nether beast would leave behind excrement in this foggy star field. He understood why the nether beast was so cunning and why there was light of wisdom in its eyes. He understood why the nether beast soul had released seven-colored light after it was mostly sealed. It actually devoured a seven-colored realm in 1,000 years. Wang Lin was shocked and almost couldn't believe it. His guess wasn't wrong. In truth, after Wang Lin left, the nether beast had been wandering this star domain. It had a timid personality, and although it was extremely powerful, it would avoid any fierce beast in this star domain and not dare to provoke them. However, it had obviously forgotten the pressure from its body, so no fierce beasts or cultivators dared to get close. As a result, everywhere it went, the fierce beasts would scatter in fear. As it wandered, the nether beast's mind became muddled. It was like this: it didn't have enough intelligence, so it spent most of its life sleeping. When it woke up, it would wander around in a daze. However, after Wang Lin left with the chosen immortal clan, the nether beast suddenly felt hungry. As it wandered, it didn't dare to leave the fog and could only slowly wander around. After an unknown amount of time, one day, a huge crack appeared in the fog in front of it. Waves of seven-colored light came out from the crack and pierced its eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the rift in a sorry state. This figure's clothes were tattered, and before he could clearly see what was going on, a wild laugh echoed. "I'm finally out. I'm finally out of this damnable place. This old man is finally free." However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. That figure had clearly seen the massive body of the nether beast before him. He had also sensed the terrifying pressure coming from the nether beast. His appearance also startled the nether beast for a moment. The man and beast stared at each other in a daze for a moment before cold sweat appeared on the figure's forehead. His face was pale, and he let out a miserable scream. At the same time this scream came out, the nether beast, who wasn't very brave to begin with, reacted and let out a thunderous roar. Anyone who heard the roar would find it extremely terrifying. However, the truth was that the roar was the same as the figure that had just appeared, after being frightened by the roar, it was merely letting out a cry of terror. The figure's body trembled, and without any hesitation, he returned to the seven-colored rift and escaped into the seven-colored realm. Only the miserable scream before he disappeared still echoed. The nether beast let out a terrified roar and quickly retreated. It retreated very far and stared at the direction of the rift with fear in its eyes. It was scared. First it was stunned by the appearance of the seven-colored rift, then it was stunned by the figure that suddenly walked out. Finally, just as it reacted, it was completely frightened by the other party's scream. After a long time, the nether beast saw that no one was chasing it. After hesitating for a long time, the nether beast's courage grew. After thinking for a long time, it carefully returned and stared at the seven-colored rift in a daze. It didn't know why, but it liked the seven-colored light. It liked it a lot. If not for this, with its timidity, it would never have returned. It was in a daze for 100 years. During this time, the nether beast stared at the seven-colored light in a daze, motionless, as if it was thinking about something. After 100 years, it still didn't seem to understand how the rift appeared and what it was. Because the seven-colored light made it very happy, it was reluctant to leave, so it began to daze again. However, after being in a daze for another 10 years, another accident occurred. The nether beast's huge body stared at the crack with its eyes that were thousands of feet wide. It was less than 10 feet away from the seven-colored crack. At such a close distance, it seemed like it wanted to see what was inside the crack. The figure that came out from the rift seemed to have struggled for 100 years before finally mustering the courage to cautiously poke its head out from the seven-colored rift. His hair was scattered, his body was thin, and he looked extremely miserable. However, the moment his head poked out, because the nether beast was too close, the figure's vision blurred. When his vision became clear, his face was pale, and he let out another miserable cry. You're still here. Goddamn, you actually waited outside for 100 years. The figure let out a scream of fear and retreated once more. He returned to the seven-colored realm and didn't dare to leave. This sudden change frightened the nether beast once more. Perhaps it had a deep memory of the past, but the nether beast only retreated hundreds of thousands of feet and didn't go far. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone come out, it couldn't resist its love for the seven-colored light. It carefully returned and continued to stare at the seven-colored rift in a daze. Time slowly passed. The second 100 years passed. The third 100 years passed. The fifth 100 years passed. Until one day, the nether beast felt hungry, but it was unwilling to leave. After pondering for a bit, it slowly opened its mouth and devoured the seven-colored rift. With this, a suction force spread out, and the entire seven-colored realm was completely devoured by the nether beast into the realm inside its body. Although Wang Lin didn't know everything, he could guess the process and the result. As the murmurs of the enlightened ones echoed from the nether beast, a giant stone tablet appeared from the nether beast's mouth. On the stone tablet, crimson blood was clearly engraved Tao scriptures. After writing 4 chapters for 3 days in a row, his fingers were already aching. However, no matter how tired and painful he was willing. In order to be number one, he could give up anything. He only wanted to be number one. I admit, I'm crazy. I've already gone crazy. Tomorrow is the last day of the month, the day of the final battle. My writing speed isn't fast. I only have 2,000 words, so I can't write without a cap. However, I have hot blood and a sense of madness. I'll do my best to write until 12 o'clock tomorrow night. I want to see if I win or not. Chapter 1505. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the enlightened ones appeared and the Tao scripture inscriptions echoed, the giant stone tablet appeared above the nether soul. The blood-red words on it exuded a crazed will. Under that will, the enlightened ones seemed to have gone mad and let out roars in unison. They seemed to have been controlled, and as they rotated rapidly, they turned into a vortex. This vortex contained a destructive force, and as it rotated, it rushed out in all directions. Wang Lin retreated 3 steps and was about to move forward, but just at this moment, all the red Tao scripture inscriptions flew out from the stone tablet and charged at Wang Lin. The Tao scripture inscriptions closed in on Wang Lin in a flash. Wang Lin had been to a 7-colored realm before and knew how terrifying this Tao scripture was. As the countless inscriptions closed in, a ghostly voice appeared in his ears, murmuring the contents of the Tao scripture. Enlightened ones, imprison the Tao of the heavens. As the vortex rotated, the crazy intent spread out along with the 7-colored light. At this moment, 2 more of the 4 stars on the nether soul extinguished. At the same time, the nether soul's mouth slowly entered the nether beast's body. As the vortex swept by, the incomparably large nether beast quickly retreated with fear in its eyes. It was afraid. Perhaps the 7-colored realm had changed its nature, but it was difficult to forget its original name. Facing Wang Lin, especially when the seal on its soul hadn't completely disappeared, it was filled with fear. As the Tao scripture continued to charge at Wang Lin, causing Wang Lin to retreat, the giant nether beast used its other spell, ethereal mustard seed. The nether beast's body blurred at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only retreated 1,000 feet before disappearing from the starry sky. What disappeared with it were the enlightened ones and the Tao scripture inscriptions that continued to charge at Wang Lin. Everything under the starry sky completely disappeared along with the nether beast in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He faced the sky and let out a roar. Ling Dong, Zhou Jin, Wang Yu, and the ancient leaves were all inside the nether beast body. If they escaped, the price would be too great. Due to the nether beast devouring a 7-colored realm, there was a drastic reversal in this nether beast hunt. Although Wang Lin had calculated a lot, he didn't expect such a ridiculous thing to happen in this world. A 7-colored realm had appeared in this star field and was devoured by the nether beast. We can't let it escape. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. He took a step forward and appeared in the starry sky. He raised his right hand and swung it down. With a bang, the lightning tattoo in his right eye flickered and appeared, enveloping an area of 10,000 feet. The 9 accompanying thunders revolved rapidly around him. The heavens and earth rumbled, and countless bolts of thunder appeared out of nowhere. They flashed and formed a thunder domain. Grow, grow, grow! Wang Lin was filled with monstrous anger as his thunder essence erupted from his body. The 10,000-foot thunder domain was hit by this thunder essence and began to expand like crazy. 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. In an instant, the thunder domain continued to expand and shrouded this area. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness as his right hand pointed to between his eyebrows. Ancient god power surged out from his body. Expand for me! 1,000,000 feet, 30 million feet, 50 million feet, 10 million feet. As Wang Lin roared, the Emperor Furnace appeared from the first star between his eyebrows. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the furnace fused with the thunder domain below. Expand again. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the thunder domain that had already expanded to 10 million feet expanded once more. 20 million feet, 30 million feet, 50 million feet, until 80 million feet. The endless star domain was shrouded by the thunder domain. The rumbling thunder flashed like crazy and turned this 80 million foot area into a monstrous thunder lake. Even if I devour the 7-colored realm, I'll still become Wang Lin's life essence beast. You turned into a mustard seed and escaped. Although I can't find you, I can refine this 80 million foot area. Even if I have to refine this 80 million foot area into a speck of dust, I'll force you out. Although the nether beast had turned into a mustard seed and escaped at an extremely fast speed, Wang Lin's seal still hadn't dissipated. He could vaguely feel that the other party was rapidly escaping, but it still hadn't left this 80 million foot area. Wang Lin could clearly feel that the seal he placed on the other party's body and soul was rapidly dissipating. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared, and the trace of connection between them would be severed. Thunder rumbled and a nine-colored flame appeared in Wang Lin's left eye. At the same time, Rosefinch's shadow appeared behind Wang Lin and let out a roar of Rosefinch. The appearance of Rosefinch was enough to show that Wang Lin had used all the fire essence in his body. Rosefinch flew out with a roar and fused with a nine-colored firestorm before charging at the 80 million foot area. In the blink of an eye, the world was turned into a sea of fire. There was thunder within the fire and fire within the thunder. There was also the refining aura of the Emperor Furnace that began a crazy refining of the 80 million foot area. Refine, refine, refine. Wang Lin waved his arms and let out a ferocious roar. The surrounding 80 million foot area was quickly refined. If one looked from above, they could clearly see that the 80 million foot area had completely collapsed from the outside world. It was as if it had been separated from the outside world and was burning under the sea of fire and thunder. Wang Lin had already gone crazy. His eyes were red as his hands continued to form seals and restrictions flew out. These restrictions landed on the 80 million foot area that was being refined, causing the refining speed to become faster and faster. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't waste any more time. Once the seal on the nether beast's body dissipated, everything would be destroyed. Wang Lin didn't have a second Wang Yu, a second Ling Dong, or a second Zhou Jin for him to complete the feat of hunting the nether beast. However, the 80 million foot area was too large and couldn't be completely refined in a short period of time. At this moment, Wang Lin clearly felt his connection with the nether beast weaken a lot more. Even though he couldn't see it, he could imagine that only one of the two bright stars remained on the nether soul. Amidst this urgency, Wang Lin calmed down. He coldly stared at the 80 million foot area that was rapidly being refined. In a short period of time, only 70 million feet of space remained. It wasn't a flat 70 million feet, but the entire area. It was as high as the heavens and as low as the underworld. The parts that disappeared revealed the dense net of the realm's ceiling formation that had been refined. As for the area that was being refined, it became the cave of the eternal existence, Luo Tian. While pondering, Wang Lin waved his right hand and hundreds of thousands of restrictions appeared. His left hand also created countless afterimages. He used his fastest speed to create countless restrictions in a few breaths of time. As he refined the starry sky, an ancient umbrella that seemed capable of incinerating worlds appeared. As it hovered in the starry sky, it emanated a majestic aura that spread out in all directions, covering everything in its path. Destruction, ancient umbrella, destroy the realm. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. It was as if he had grabbed the handle of the umbrella. His eyes were calm, and he waved his left hand. The thunderous rumbles were heaven shaking. The ancient umbrella trembled and opened by 10%. Monstrous flames rushed out from the 10% opened umbrella and charged at the 70 million foot area that had been refined. Looking around, the stars were filled with a boundless sea of fire. As the raging flames spread, a shocking pressure spread in all directions. The 700 million feet of space that was being refined was rapidly refined by the flames from the realm-burning umbrella. The 70 million foot area rumbled rapidly. 60 million, 40 million, 30 million, 10 million, until it reached 60 million feet. It was as if it had been refined hundreds of times faster than before, and it rapidly shrank. The empty area revealed the dense net of the realm ceiling formation below. There were also countless collapsing holes in the surroundings. Still not coming out. Wang Lin could feel that the nether beast was within 6 million feet. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Furnace appeared within 6 million feet of the thunder and fire. Wang Lin reached out, and the 9 drops of poison flew out and fused with the fire and thunder. This action wouldn't waste the precious poison, but it would give Wang Lin enough time to force out the nether beast that had turned into a mustard seed. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the refinement continued. In the blink of an eye, the 33 million meters of starry sky was reduced to 3 million meters. At the same time, The 3 million meters of starry sky was filled with a fishy smell, as well as bursts of black, poisonous mist. Just at this moment, an anxious roar rang out. The nether beast's giant body suddenly appeared in an area that was about to be engulfed by the poison mist. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin took a step forward and closed in. Before the nether beast could open its mouth, Wang Lin's right hand landed on the sliver of the seal on its head. There was a thunderous bang. Before the nether beast could open its mouth, a muffled roar echoed. His body could still withstand it, but his mind was in a mess. The amount of time and energy he used to write a chapter was twice as much as before. My head feels like it's going to split open. I've taken 2 painkillers, but I have to hold on. Today, I'll give it my all. I'll do my best on this last day. However, if I don't finish by 12 o'clock, then please forgive me. I'm not lazy. I really can't withstand it anymore. Chapter 1506. This poem contained Wang Lin's determination and his strong desire to make this nether beast his life essence beast no matter what. As his palm fell, a thunderous rumble echoed. The seal on the nether beast's head that was about to dissipate seemed to be injected with new life force. In an instant, the seal gave off a bright, ghostly light. In the blink of an eye, not only did it reform, but it was even stronger than before. Just as the nether beast was about to open its mouth, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a roar, and his right hand reached toward the sky. Space itself rumbled. A huge whip that was hundreds of thousands of feet long suddenly appeared in the refined galaxy. Wang Lin grabbed it and swung it. Cracking sounds echoed, and the whip rapidly grew until it was hundreds of thousands of feet long. From a distance, the length of the whip was almost the same as the nether beast's. As it danced among the stars, it was a shocking scene. The moment the whip appeared, Wang Lin swung it. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the whip shot toward the nether beast. Soul Lasher. With a bang, the Soul Lasher landed on the nether beast's body. The nether beast let out a muffled roar, and its body trembled. There were signs that its soul was about to leave its body. However, the nether beast was able to resist it. Wang Lin didn't stop. The Soul Lasher seemed to contain Wang Lin's madness, and he lashed out 8 times in a row. Adding the one from before, there was a total of 9 lashes. The Soul Lasher released a golden light, and thunderous rumbles echoed. The nether beast couldn't withstand it anymore, and its eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, its soul suddenly appeared on its body. However, this soul was only the tip of the iceberg. Although the nether beast was afraid, it knew it was in danger. It began to struggle like crazy, wanting to return its soul. How could Wang Lin let it succeed? He waved his right hand, and popping sounds echoed across the star system. The Soul Lasher had already disappeared, and it flew toward the nether beast at an extremely fast speed. The 19th whip, the 30th whip, the 50th whip, until the 99th whip. When the last 100 lashes landed, the Kuan-Ji whip shined with a golden light. With a loud bang, the head of the whip began to collapse. The moment it collapsed, the golden light that erupted from it looked like a sun. Under this golden light, the nether beast's body was completely covered, and it could no longer struggle. Its soul completely flew out from its body and floated among the stars. The nether beast's soul was just a big mouth that could devour the world. At this moment, before it could open, Wang Lin closed in on it. The 7 ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly and flew toward the soul mouth. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the 7 stars pierced through the nether realm's soul mouth like a hot knife through butter. With the only bright sealed star remaining as the guide, they charged in. At this moment, the soul seal in the nether beast's soul mouth went from 1 bright star to 7 bright stars. The soul seal was completed again. However, this was not the end. Of the 3 seals, there was still one more, the internal flesh seal. His right hand pressed down on the nether beast's soul, and the soul returned to the nether beast's body. At the same time, Wang Lin's body sank down. He borrowed the power of refining the nether beast's soul and mercilessly grabbed the nether beast's mouth before it could open. With a roar, The veins on Wang Lin's arms swelled, and all the ancient god power in his body surged into his arms. He mercilessly tore. There was a realm inside the nether beast's body, and if it opened on its own, the realm would open. However, if it was torn by someone, the realm wouldn't appear, and what would be revealed would be its flesh and blood mouth. With one tear, the nether beast's mouth was mercilessly torn open by Wang Lin, leaving a small gap. At the same time, the roar that was suppressed inside the nether beast's body came out like crazy and landed on Wang Lin's body. It blew Wang Lin's long hair as if an endless force was trying to push Wang Lin out. However, Wang Lin's body didn't retreat half a step. After he tore open the nether beast's mouth, his hand moved up and down. At this moment, he placed down countless restrictions. Each restriction contained ancient Tao power, and it was like a restriction storm that rushed into the nether beast's mouth. They entered the nether beast's organs, blood vessels, bones, and all the flesh and blood inside its body. Large amounts of restrictions rushed into the nether beast's body and sealed it one by one. In just a few breaths of time, the nether beast's body was completely sealed. After doing all of this, Wang Lin retreated 1,000 feet, and his face was red. Everything had happened in a very short period of time, and even he felt a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, he retreated and coldly looked at the nether beast that had been sealed 3 times. Today, I, a 7-star royal ancient god with the inheritance of the ancient Tao, hereby make you my life essence beast. Nether beast, accept the seal. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the nether beast. The nether beast's body trembled violently as the seals on its flesh, body, and soul activated at the same time. The struggle in its eyes disappeared and was replaced with gentleness. After half an incense stick of time, the nether beast no longer struggled. It silently floated there and lowered its head toward Wang Lin. A feeling of being connected by flesh and blood appeared in Wang Lin's heart. This was an indescribable feeling, as if the nether beast before him had become a part of Wang Lin's life. The moment this feeling appeared, a powerful life force filled with an ancient aura entered Wang Lin's body through a special method. It was as if he had become the nether beast, and all of the nether beast's memories filled Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and his 10,000-foot ancient god body rapidly expanded. The life force inside the nether beast was extremely powerful, and it entered Wang Lin's body. This caused his body to expand to 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. It wasn't until he reached 60,000 feet that he slowly stopped. The 60,000-foot-tall ancient god true body towered in the starry sky. From afar, it looked like a primordial giant. Wang Lin clenched his giant fist and raised it in front of his eyes. The ancient god power inside his body surged, and life force filled his body. A powerful sense of confidence filled his body. No wonder 2C's memories said that only by having a life essence beast and giving birth to a moon-gazer serpent could one become a true ancient god. Right now, I don't have a moon-gazer serpent in my body, but just this life essence beast has allowed my body to reach this level. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his 60,000-foot body slowly shrank. Popping sounds echoed, and he turned into an ordinary cultivator. However, his appearance was very different from before. He still had a head of white hair. Before, Wang Lin looked like a young man, but right now he looked much younger. There was even an illusion around his body. Aside from third-step cultivators, in the eyes of everyone else, Wang Lin didn't seem to have a corporeal body. He was like a hazy soul. Raising his head, his gaze landed on the netherworld in front of him. At this moment, he already knew all of its memories. This beast had spent most of its life in slumber, so its memories were extremely chaotic, as if it was muddle-headed. This was especially so for the memories related to its birth. It was a complete mess, and even it did not know how it was born. The only clear memory was the scene from hundreds of years ago in the 7-colored realm. Wang Lin sent out a divine sense message. The nether beast's eyelids turned and revealed a sharp gaze. It slowly opened its mouth and spat out something like a burp. A steamed ling dong was spat out in a sorry state, and his face was filled with terror. After a steamed ling dong, Zhou Jin and the ancient leaves were spat out one by one. Finally, the giant Wang Yu was spat out. After the nether beast opened its mouth, it was like a giant black hole. Wang Yu's giant body was spat out and continued to expand until it returned to its original size. After putting Zhou Jin and his steamed Ling Dong into the Emperor Furnace and his ancient god stars, Wang Lin stood before the nether beast and frowned. This nether beast's memories are a mess, and it seems to have used too much force when it devoured the seven-colored realm. As a result, the suction force seemed to have broken some barrier and absorbed something it shouldn't have. However, this matter is too strange. How could it absorb a Dao fruit? Wang Lin was puzzled. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the nether beast. The nether beast's body trembled and rays of seven-colored light came from its mouth. As it slowly opened its mouth, an orange fruit hundreds of feet wide slowly floated out. Dao fruit. Waves of Dao aura spread out along with the appearance of the Dao fruit. Wang Lin stared at the orange Dao fruit, and his eyes gradually lit up. It is extremely difficult for my karma, life and death, and true and false essences to reach completion. These three essences are all Dao. If I had several of these Dao fruits, perhaps they could help me reach completion. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put away the orange Dao fruit. Without the Dao fruit, the nether beast's eyes were no longer sharp and slowly became sluggish. It stared at Wang Lin in a daze. Its current appearance was no different from when it was looking at the rift to the seven-colored realm in the fog. Its mind was in a daze again, but it had absorbed some of the Dao fruit, so it had gained sentience. Although it was still in a daze, it was much smarter than before. Thank you to Ji Longzi, Young Master Yaodate 55, and Zabubkyo 123 for joining the 100 Renegade Alliance at the critical moment of the double monthly votes. You followed Wang Lin as third-step cultivators to break the realm sealing formation. Today, we will drink the ancient wine of the celestial realm together and shed our blood to write the story of spring and autumn. Chapter 1507. Even Wang Lin wasn't used to being stared at by the nether beast in a daze. He remembered the pitiful person that had scared it twice in its memories. That pitiful person was still inside the nether beast's body, and he didn't know how he was doing. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to someone he didn't know. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the nether beast. The nether beast turned into a ray of ghostly light and flew toward Wang Lin. It fused with the second star between Wang Lin's eyebrows and disappeared. He looked into the distance at the Luo Tian star system. The 4 things he needed to do here had been completed, and he had finished his karma. He had also seen some old friends. Wang Lin had no more requests, so he let out a sigh and walked into the distance. The world inside the nether beast was boundless and could be big or small. At this moment, it was complete chaos, as if there was a confused cultivator in a sorry state. He had been looking for an exit for hundreds of years. That fierce beast is really patient. It waited for me for hundreds of years, but in the end, I couldn't endure it and left. However, after the seven-colored realm collapsed, where exactly am I? The cultivator's eyes were filled with confusion, and he couldn't figure it out. The cultivator's eyes were filled with confusion. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. He had been thinking about this question for hundreds of years. Damn it, what star region is this? I haven't seen a single living person for hundreds of years. Could this be a spatial rift? I don't believe it. I can definitely leave this place. The old cultivator continued to encourage himself to not collapse from the hundreds of years of searching. He clenched his teeth and continued to move forward. In the Luo Tian star system, there was a blood-colored planet. This planet gave off a monstrous, blood-colored light that shrouded the area. It was as if one closed their eyes, they could feel the dense smell of blood. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the blood-colored planet in a ripple. Staring at the blood star, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a storage space appeared. The ancient demon inside Blood God's body appeared, and Wang Lin grabbed it by the neck. "Tell me, what's the secret?" The ancient demon's expression was filled with fear and struggle as he quickly said, "I said you have to let me go. If this secret is useful to me, I can give you a chance to live," Wang Lin said calmly. "A sliver of hope is not enough. If you don't let me go, I won't say anything even if I die. Even if you search my soul, it's useless. I'm from the ancient demon clan. I have my own ways to deal with it." Although the ancient demon was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and hissed. Wang Lin stared coldly at the ancient demon in his hand. He did not speak, but under his gaze, the ancient demon grew more and more terrified. "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it." After a long while, Wang Lin spoke slowly. He was about to throw his right hand forward and seal the ancient demon back into his storage space. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." The ancient demon's heart trembled, and he screamed, "You have to promise not to lie to me and give me a chance to live." Wang Lin frowned and revealed an impatient expression. The ancient demon's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't dare to say anything else. He hurriedly said, "There's a hidden spatial rift on the blood star that only I can open. There's an altar inside that contains a powerful spell. It is an item from the ancient celestial realm. If you have great fortune, you can comprehend the 3-life art from it. Once you succeed, you will have 3 lives. Go open it." Wang Lin threw his right hand forward, and the ancient demon immediately regained his freedom. However, he didn't dare to resist and quickly flew toward the blood star. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he followed the ancient demon toward the blood star. The ancient demon was in front, and there was an almost imperceptible flash of coldness in his eyes. He hid it in his heart as he closed in on the blood star. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the blood star. The entire blood planet rumbled, and as the violent rumbles echoed, the planet trembled, and a huge crack appeared on it. This crack pierced through the entire blood star and continued to extend. It was as if someone had chopped down with a sharp sword. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin watched the huge blood star split in half from the middle, forming 2 semicircles. Between these 2 semicircles were strands of blood. Looking from afar, even one's eyes would be distorted by these blood strands. One could vaguely see that deep within these endless blood strands, there was a spatial crack that was 100 feet wide. This spatial rift was like a mouth, and there were a large amount of restrictions sealing it so that it wouldn't close. The ancient demon respectfully stood outside the blood star, but there was still fear in his eyes. He whispered, "This is the place. These strands of blood contain the blood of the Yao family, and also my life's demonic energy. Aside from me leading the way, no one can enter. Also, this spatial rift is very fragile. If you force your way in, it will collapse." Wang Lin's gaze swept past the strands of blood, and he slowly said, "Lead the way." The ancient demon quickly nodded and carefully moved forward. As he closed in, the strands of blood seemed to sense him and slowly retreated, opening a path. Wang Lin slowly walked forward behind the ancient demon. The ancient demon was very nervous. He knew that whether or not he could escape depended on this. As he moved forward, the strands of blood gradually moved aside, allowing him to arrive 100 feet away from the spatial rift. His nervousness had reached its peak, but he didn't reveal any of it on his face. "It's here, the altar is inside." Guyao stopped outside the crack and spoke in a low voice. He was waiting for the other party to enter alone, or for him to enter, or for them to enter together. It was even possible that one of the other party's servants would enter. No matter what the choice was, as long as someone entered the spatial rift, no matter who it was, he was confident he could escape. At this moment, the nervousness in his heart was suppressed like crazy. At this critical moment, he couldn't reveal any flaws. "You're very nervous." Wang Lin's gaze looked at the 100-foot wide crack. He could vaguely see an altar inside a pool of blood-colored water. The ancient demon's heart trembled, and he squeezed out a smile. However, before he could speak, Wang Lin's next words almost scared him out of his wits. The altar of the Sealing Extermination Clan that disappeared in the outer realm seems to be different from this. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the ancient demon with a smile that wasn't quite the same. You. The ancient demon's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his heart rumbled. He didn't expect Wang Lin to already know about this. My patience is limited. Since I promised to give you a chance to live, I won't go back on my word. I'll give you one last chance. Take out the real altar. Wang Lin calmly looked at the ancient demon. The calmer he was, the more terrifying and mysterious he looked to the ancient demon. How much does he know? The ancient demon's heart trembled. He couldn't see through Wang Lin's thoughts, but what Wang Lin had said terrified him. I'll give you 3 breaths at a time. 1, 2. Wang Lin slowly said. It's inside this spatial rift, but it's not the one you see. If you don't believe me, I can take it out for you, or you can go in with me. The ancient demon's eyes were filled with despair. It was as if everything had been seen through by Wang Lin. He had lost all resistance, and his face was filled with bitterness. You can go in. Wang Lin calmly looked at the ancient demon, and his voice gradually became cold. The ancient demon's heart trembled, and he slowly walked toward the spatial rift. Just as he was about to step in, he saw a flash of mockery in Wang Lin's eyes. Why is he so confident? He dares to let me enter. Could it be that he left a restriction in my body at some point? Once I step in, he will activate the restriction and kill me before I can escape. The distance of 1 step outside the spatial rift was endless for the ancient demon. He had already raised his right foot, and, as long as it landed, he would be able to enter the spatial rift. However, he hesitated. All of these thoughts happened in an instant. Gu Yao looked at the crack before him and struggled to suppress the hesitation in his heart. Just as his right foot was about to step down, a sigh echoed. This caused Gu Yao's mind to collapse. He didn't dare to take this gamble. If he won, his life and death were unknown. If he lost, he would undoubtedly die. If he didn't gamble, there was a chance for him to live. While feeling true bitterness, the ancient demon slowly withdrew his right foot and retreated a few steps. He raised his right hand and reached toward the crack. The crack suddenly trembled and the altar inside collapsed. A blood-colored pavilion quickly flew out from the crack. At the same time, the spatial rift rapidly closed and disappeared. The Sealing Extermination Clan has 3 altars, and they are in 3 blood pavilions. There is only one here, the other 2 are missing. I hope you can keep your promise and give me a chance to live. The ancient demon revealed a bitter smile and closed his eyes. He didn't know how much Wang Lin knew, but at the last moment, he didn't have the courage to gamble. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put the ancient demon's seal into his storage space. His gaze fell on the blood pavilion. He also had one of these. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin put away the blood pavilion and took a step back. He disappeared into the stars. His mind was like that of a demon. Although the ancient demon was cunning, and although Wang Lin didn't know about it, the probing words and the various changes in his expression had turned into a battle of wills. In this battle of wills, the ancient demon had obviously lost. At the end of the Luo Tian star system, where it connected to the Cloud Sea, Wang Lin's figure appeared. He looked at the empty space between the Luo Tian star system and the Cloud Sea. Taoist water. The enmity of the past shall be repaid by Wang. Outer realm, ancient star system. The order of the Sovereign Council spread across the star system, into every clan, and into the minds of every outer realm member. According to the order of the ancient celestial realm, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the power of the sealed realm has awakened once more. The third battle against the sealed realm will begin. The ancient star system clans will receive the order of the Sovereign Council. Prepare yourselves to wash the sealed realm in blood and destroy the inner realm. The third update had been delivered. Chapter 1508. In the rank 9 god sect of the Cloud Sea, the head elder, Taoist Water, was sitting at the top of the highest mountain in the god sect. He was wearing a green robe and looked like a child. He looked up at the sky, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. There were 4 more mountains around him. If one looked from above, they would see that these 5 mountains were like 5 fingers. They occupied a majority of the planet and pierced into the heavens. It was like the hand of a giant wanted to reach out from the planet and crush the world. Looking at the sky, Taoist Water's expression was extremely gloomy, and there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart. When he felt Wang Lin's aura, he had a bad feeling. Back then, Wang Lin's essences had shocked him greatly. Now that he knew Wang Lin had returned, the shock in his heart was even greater. In particular, the auras of esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin made Taoist Water's heart uneasy. Although he didn't know the truth, he had a guess. However, this guess was too shocking, so even he didn't dare to believe it or was unwilling to believe it. Damn it, this person is really lucky. I had already told Tao Master Miaoyin about him, but he was still able to come back alive. Taoist Water's expression was ferocious as his right hand formed a seal and waved. The world changed colors and the clouds scattered. A wisp of smoke arrived and turned into 3 cloud cranes before Taoist Water. These 3 cloud cranes were very powerful. After they appeared, their roars echoed across the planet. They flapped their wings and circled around Taoist Water. Staring at the 3 cloud cranes, Taoist Water clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood split into 3 parts and fused with the 3 cloud cranes. Then they flew off in 3 different directions. The cranes' roars were heaven-shaking. They broke through the world and merged with the stars. They were invisible and disappeared without a trace. Looking at where the cloud cranes disappeared, Taoist Water silently pondered for a moment. He was still worried, and his right hand reached at the void. Another strand of cloud flew out and turned into 7 jades. Holding a jade slip in his hand, Taoist Water's eyes were filled with killing intent. By the order of the old man, the head elder of the god sect summoned the cultivators of the Cloud Sea to prepare for war. Set up the 9 heaven destruction formation outside my god sect. With a wave of his hand, the jade disappeared. Holding the second jade, Taoist Water's expression was ferocious, and he sent out a divine sense message. With the divine sex order, the rank 7 subsects will quickly go to the Gui Yuan sect and capture everyone from the Gui Yuan sect. Send them to the divine sect and wait for the old man to give the order. The entire Gui Yuan sect will be executed and no one will be left alive. The jade filled with killing intent suddenly disappeared. Taoist Water didn't stop and picked up the 3rd jade. Mu Bingmei, the old man healed you, helped you recover your cultivation, and helped you advance several steps in your cultivation. You must repay this kindness. I want you to immediately swallow that pill and come out of seclusion to help the old man. With a flick of his right hand, the 3rd jade slip disappeared and shot through the air. Heaven-breaking sect master, by the order of the old man, quickly come to the god sect. I'll grant you death before the old man. If you don't come, the heaven-breaking sect will be destroyed. The 4th jade fused with the world. Tai Aluo, you are the emperor of the fierce beasts and have taken human form. You were sealed countless years ago. The old man, Taoist Water, can release the seal placed by the Lord of the Sealed Realm so you can return home. However, you must kill 1 person. The 5th jade suddenly collapsed. It contained a sliver of Taoist Water's will and fused with the world. After Taoist Water sent out 5 orders, the trace of uneasiness in his heart dissipated a bit, but he was still worried. He held the 6th jade, and after pondering a bit, there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Cloud Sea, Summon River, Alliance, Luo Tian. The old man, Taoist Water of the god sect. He is a child of the Lord of the Sealed Realm and has been guarding the god sect for tens of thousands of years. During the Second War against the Outer Realm, he made great contributions. Today, the old man received accurate news that there was a cultivator in the Alliance named Wang Lin. He was one of the sovereign's pawns. This person has hidden himself very well and obtained the heaven-defying bead that my lord brought from the ancient celestial realm. He used it to trick the demon sect, but he couldn't hide it from the old man. He came back from the outer realm with the intention of causing chaos in my sealed realm. He is a spy for the ancient star system's army. Today, the old man sent out the sealed realm order on behalf of my lord. All inner realm cultivators must kill this person. Anyone who kills this person will obtain the heaven-defying bead. Anyone who kills this person will be a hero of my inner realm. Anyone who kills this person will be my God sect master. Anyone who kills this person, the old man is willing to be a slave for 1,000 years. Taoist Water's expression was ferocious, and he waved his right hand. The jade filled with crazy divine sense flew out and disappeared among the stars. You want to kill me? Little bastard, I want to see how you will kill me. Taoist Water picked up the seventh jade and sent out the last divine sense message. Ancient Supreme Celestial, my lord's remnant divine sense divine that the outer realm is about to invade, but my sealed realm is not strong enough. I fear it will be difficult to resist. At this moment of crisis, I ask the Ancient Supreme Celestial to descend. Taoist Water held the seventh jade and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He waved his right hand, and the blood fused with the jade to form a blood-colored rune. After the rune appeared on the jade, it gave off bursts of blood light and charged into the sky. There was a flash of blood light, and the entire sky was shrouded in a blood-colored light. Even the earth was covered and turned the color of blood. A giant vortex vaguely appeared in the blood-colored sky. The vortex rotated as if it led to another realm. Taoist Water got up and knelt there. His right hand reached at the void, and his storage space appeared. There was a flash of light, and a tortoise shell appeared in his hand. This tortoise shell was filled with an ancient aura, and there was even a hint of celestial spiritual energy coming from it. This tortoise is my identity symbol. I'm the boy of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I ask the Ancient Supreme Celestial to descend. I ask the Ancient Supreme Celestial to bestow this treasure. Taoist Water raised the tortoise shell and knelt on the ground. Bursts of roars came from the blood-colored sky. A gaze slowly descended from the vortex and stared at the tortoise shell Taoist Water had raised. Lower Realm Cultivator, this tortoise shell is indeed the token of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This celestial has been ordered to gift you a treasure. Take this treasure and fuse it with the realm sealing formation. It could delay the outer realm's invasion for 100 years. 100 years is enough for my Ancient Supreme Celestial to awaken several sovereigns. As the majestic voice echoed from the vortex, a golden treasure slowly descended. This was a bell, a golden bell. In the process of descending, a series of crisp, clanging sounds rang out and spread in all directions. Remember to fuse this with the realm sealing formation. Delaying it for 100 years is very important. During these 100 years, the Ancient Supreme Celestial will no longer help you and will be completely sealed. The bell slowly descended above Taoist Water. When Taoist Water looked up, the golden bell descended before him. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and his right hand reached out to grab the bell. His mind buzzed as he formed a connection with the bell. The blood color in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to normal. Taoist Water revealed a grin as he stood up and muttered, "The thing left behind by that old thing is still useful. With this treasure from the ancient celestial realm, I want to see how that Wang Lin can kill me. After I kill that Wang Lin, I can exchange this bell for a great merit. At that time, the sovereign will give me endless Joss flames. As for fusing it with the realm sealing formation and delaying it for 100 years, Taoist Water had no intention of doing that. In the summoned river of the lightning celestial realm, there was a giant vortex. This vortex had existed since ancient times and was one of the most dangerous places in the summoned river. Once a cultivator got close, all their origin energy would be sucked away and they would be trapped to death. In the depths of the vortex, there was a cultivation planet. This planet wasn't large and was completely black. There was a large amount of mud and swamps on the planet, and there was also a poisonous gas. The entire cultivation planet was covered in mud. In the depths of the planet sat an old man in a black robe. This old man had a ferocious expression, and his skin was covered in poison. As he cultivated, strands of black gas came out from the mud and were absorbed by the old man. Just at that moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with coldness and mercilessness. At the instant he opened his eyes, a wisp of smoke appeared out of nowhere from the mud before him, and it turned into a cloud crane. Fellow cultivator Joda of the Summoned River, I'm willing to use a rank 6 Tao spirit to exchange for fellow cultivators' help once. Taoist Water's voice came from the cloud crane and echoed across the planet. The old man in black's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand to catch the cloud crane. He began to ponder. Taoist Water is a stingy person. He used a rank 6 Tao spirit to exchange for the old man's help. I wonder what kind of powerful enemy he has encountered. Helping once is good. In the Summoned River, on a half-abandoned cultivation planet, there was a pawn shop in a mortal city. The owner of the pawn shop was a very gentle middle-aged man. But many people in the city knew that although this middle-aged man looked kind, he was very calculative. On this day, he was sitting in his own pawn shop, holding a piece of jade in his hand. While carefully looking at it, he would often look up at the person who came upon it. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and said with difficulty, "This jade is not good." "Shopkeeper, this is—" the middle-aged man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed, and he looked outside the door. 10 taels of silver. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he took out 10 taels of silver for the surprised pawnbroker. After the pawnbroker left, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Suddenly, a cloud crane appeared in front of him. "Fellow cultivator Yun Feng of the Summoned River, I'm willing to give you the Lord of the Sealed Realm stop spell in exchange for your help once." Taoist Water's voice echoed in the middle-aged man's mind. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He rubbed his chin and began to ponder. "Stop spell. Interesting. I'm still persevering. I ate another painkiller, and my headache is enough to make me go crazy. I've written too much these past few days. However, there is still time until 12, so I can't relax. I have to continue working on the 5th chapter. Chapter 1509. The Cloud Sea was also the location of the rank 9-star system, the Ghost Sect. The Ghost Sect was very mysterious in the Cloud Sea. They were shrouded in fog and rarely sent disciples out. At this moment, there was an old man sitting in closed-door cultivation in the Ghost Sect. This old man wore a green robe and had a gloomy expression. There seemed to be countless ghostly flames surrounding him, and the ghostly flames gave him a gloomy aura. While he was meditating, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A wisp of smoke appeared out of nowhere and turned into a cloud crane before the old man. "Ghost Sect's Great Void, I'm willing to offer 500 million Yin and Yang disciples to the Demon Saint in exchange for your Ghost Sect's Demon Saint to act once." At the same time, Taoist Water's 6 orders set off a monstrous wave in the inner realm. All the powerful cultivators in the 4-star systems that were preparing for war received the orders. Some were familiar with Wang Lin's name, and some were hearing it for the first time, but it instantly spread across the inner realm. The heaven-defying bead had reappeared. This kind of matter was enough to make anyone who knew about it go crazy. This move was too ruthless. During the preparation for war, at this critical moment, Taoist Water had moved the morale of the army. Who could continue to prepare for war? Although most people didn't know about the heaven-defying bead, the 4 things Taoist Water had mentioned were enough to move all cultivators. Taoist Water's words were also filled with righteousness. Wang Lin was a spy, a lackey of the outer realm. Killing him would make him a hero. There was also a divine sense message from Taoist Water that contained Wang Lin's appearance. Although it was the same as it was hundreds of years ago, it was enough for people to recognize him. After all, only a few people were familiar with Wang Lin. This small portion of people didn't believe it, but compared to the general trend, it was insignificant. In the summoned river, on a cultivation planet filled with spiritual energy, there was a mountain surrounded by clouds. At the top of the mountain sat a woman in purple. This woman's body was like an illusion, so it was impossible to see her appearance clearly. Her black hair reached her butt and scattered as she sat there. Her eyes were originally closed, but now they slowly opened. Her eyes were like starlight and revealed a hint of haziness. Wang Lin, the sovereign's pawn? In the summoned river, there was a man in green. This man had a lazy expression, and as he moved forward, he kept yawning and muttering to himself. The thing that Marshal Uncle Mom mentioned is in the summoned river, but where exactly is it? Right at this moment, the young man's expression suddenly changed. As if he had sensed something, a strange expression appeared on his face. Isn't this Wang Lin, that little fellow from back then? Interesting. In the Alliance star system, in the sealed rain celestial realm, Qing Lin, who was in closed-door cultivation to heal, opened his eyes. He pondered a bit and carefully recalled everything that had happened with Wang Lin. After a long time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and grabbed forward. Suddenly, the entire rain world rumbled. Drops of rain filled the air and went straight to where Qing Lin was in seclusion. In the end, they passed through and condensed into a token in his hand. This scene startled C2 Nan. The moment C2 Nan opened his eyes, he seemed to have heard something. His expression changed greatly and was filled with rage. Mother of asterisk her, which son of AB asterisk TCH dares to call my brother a spy? I was the one who gave him the heavens defying bead. If that's the case, then I'm a spy too. I will not forgive this bastard. C2 Nin stood up in anger. Sit down, I will handle it myself. That Taoist water is not some bastard. He is your ancestor's slave. Qing Lin's gaze swept past C2 Nan, and he shouted. C2 Nin stared deadly at Qing Lin, unfazed by his words. Instead, he snickered. Even though you are my master, he is my brother. I know everything about him. Ever since he began his cultivation journey, I have been the one following him. He saved you and woke you up. Don't tell me you don't believe him. It's not that teacher doesn't believe it. It's just that the sovereign. Qing Lin revealed a complicated expression. After pondering a bit, he raised his right hand toward the token and sent out a divine sense message. Wang Lin is this celestial emperor's disciple. Who dares to hurt him? This divine sense spread out and rushed out of the rain celestial realm. It spread across the entire Alliance realm and eventually spread out endlessly. In the cloud sea, in the valley where the man in red was, Master Lu Fu was there along with the demon sect master and company. The man in red carefully listened to Master Lu Fu's words. His expression was calm, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. What a good seven-colored realm. What a good sovereign. However, just at this moment, everyone in the valley heard the divine sense message that came from the god sect and spread across the inner realm. Impossible. Wang Lin is definitely not the sovereign's pawn. The Lord of the Sealed Realm personally said that Wang Lin would lead the inner realm to resist the outer realm's invasion. The expressions of Master Lu Fu and the demon sect master changed. The coldness in the man in red's eyes became even stronger, and he revealed a smile. I, Hong Shanzi, originally felt pity for his cultivation and didn't want to destroy it at a time like this. But since he is courting death, the man in red looked into the distance, and the coldness in his eyes was gradually replaced by admiration. Since this little fellow has already gone to find him, let's see what the Lord of the Sealed Realm thinks. After all, this is their family matter. In the rank 7 region of the Cloud Sea, the God Sect branch sect moved out. Hundreds of cultivators charged toward the Origin sect that had been peaceful for hundreds of years. The Origin sect's power couldn't resist at all. In just a moment, all the cultivators in the sect had their cultivation sealed and were sent to the rank 9 God sect through a transfer array. As long as the God sect gave the order, these branch sect disciples would take the lives of everyone in the origin sect. Liu Yanfei was also among them, but she remained silent and very calm. She had guessed that this day would come, but she didn't regret it. Not only her, but the entire origin sect was the same. Without Liu Zihao, or more accurately, without Wang Lin, there would be no origin sect today. In the heaven-breaking sect, the heaven-breaking sect's sect master dragged his old body and looked at the heaven-breaking sect with a complicated expression. He let out a sigh, and his expression gradually calmed down as he headed toward the God sect. In the God sect, Mu Bingmei opened her eyes inside the formation where she was in closed-door cultivation. After pondering for a bit, she waved her jade-like hand and a pill appeared. This pill was given her by Taoist water hundreds of years ago. He said it could help her recover her cultivation, but there was a price. The price was to take this pill at the right time. Mu Bingmei had always kept her promise. She looked at the pill and was startled for a long time. After Taoist water gave the order to the God sect, all the cultivators in the cloud sea rushed toward the God sect. This was because the God sect disciples had opened up a transfer array. In a short period of time, more than 10,000 cultivators gathered outside the God sect. These tens of thousands of cultivators came from various sections. After they gathered, they quickly activated the 9 heaven destruction formation to resist the outer realm. In the Cloud Sea Star system, Wang Lin walked forward with a monstrous coldness in his eyes. He didn't know what Taoist water was doing, but he clearly noticed the 6th message from the Jade. Along the way, the killing intent in Wang Lin's body became even stronger. As he moved forward, the killing intent behind him almost solidified, forming a layer of frost. At first, this frost only covered an area of 10,000 feet. Wherever it passed, even the star mist made cracking sounds and turned into ice fog. After killing Taoist water, I'll have peace. As Wang Lin moved forward, his expression became even calmer. However, under this calmness, there was a heaven-shaking storm. He had to kill Taoist water. He didn't even have any intention of refining him into a slave. Some people weren't worthy of being slaves. He could only kill. Everything that had happened in the past, everything that Li Qianmei had sacrificed, and the main culprit was Taoist water. If it wasn't for Taoist water having designs on Wang Lin's heaven-defying bead, none of this would have happened. As Wang Lin moved forward, the killing intent from his body became monstrous. The 10,000 feet of ice spread like crazy until it reached 100,000 feet. All the fog that got close was frozen. From afar, everywhere Wang Lin passed became a world of ice. His essence didn't have the water essence, so he couldn't form true ice energy. However, he had a heart to kill and a thirst for revenge. He had always adhered to the principle that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, he would kill them. Just like the 9 drops of blood that had formed before Master Lu Fu, those 9 drops of blood contained the principles of Wang Lin's life. He wasn't a gentleman, nor was he a shameless villain. He wasn't open and above board, nor was he sinister and despicable. He was Wang Lin, and all he wanted in life was to have a clear conscience. If someone wanted to tarnish this heart, then he would kill them. Kill. Kill. In this life of slaughter, as he moved through the cloud sea, the cold energy continued to expand. 100,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Ice filled the sky as Wang Lin charged toward the deepest part of the cloud sea, the rank 9 God sect. As he moved forward, a strange change occurred in Wang Lin's killing intent. This change happened unknowingly, and no one knew how it had changed. Perhaps it was a thought or an opportunity that caused his killing intent to give birth to a sliver of essence aura. Slaughter essence. Everything in the world could become an essence, but the slaughter essence was extremely rare. It didn't mean that the more you killed, the more likely it was. Even now, no one could understand its strange change. As he stepped forward, Wang Lin moved faster and faster. Crackling sounds echoed as he entered the deepest part of the cloud sea, into the rank 9 God sect. With one step, The rank 9 god sect rumbled, and all the fog turned into ice. Wang Lin appeared outside the god sect. Taoist water. His cold voice was heaven-shattering. It turned into thunder and spread across the cloud sea. You colluded with the outer realm and betrayed your master for glory. Back then, the Lord of the Sealed Realm couldn't bear to kill you. Since I've obtained the support of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, today I'll kill a slave for him. Wang Lin's words were like the might of the heavens and shook the world. Too many people were paying attention to this battle. In this battle, countless great divine senses enveloped the area, and the divine senses of various great figures descended. This battle was the battle that made Wang Lin famous in the inner realm. The fifth battle. My mind is in complete chaos and about to collapse, but there is still battle intent. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, fight, fight. Chapter 15:10. For the first time, his voice echoed out in all directions at the peak of his power. It pierced into the 9 Destruction Dawn formation set up by nearly 10,000 cultivators outside of the God sect. These nearly 10,000 cultivators hadn't finished setting up the formation yet. They had quickly received the order from the God sect and rushed over to set up the formation. However, Wang Lin had arrived too quickly, so the formation was only 30% complete. Colluding with the outer realm, betraying the outer realm for glory. Wang Lin's voice contained an unquestionable pressure that caused these nearly 10,000 cultivators to silently ponder. As this voice spread throughout the galaxy, it was also clearly heard by the various almighty cultivators who were paying attention to this place, as well as the many powerful cultivators from the 4 galaxies. Obtain the support of the Lord of the Sealed Realm to kill his slave. When the people from the 4-star systems heard this, their expressions changed. Full of nonsense. 9 Destruction Heaven Formation. Kill the Sovereign's spy for me. Taoist Water's sharp voice came from the God sect. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the world as it shot toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and he shattered the invisible sword formed by Taoist Water's voice. At the same time, his right hand pointed to between his eyebrows, and there was a flash of bloodlight. Without anyone noticing, Wang Lin walked toward the God sect. He walked toward the peak of the cloud sea to battle the 3rd step cultivator, Taoist Water. Cracking sounds came from a monstrous ice hundreds of thousands of feet wide behind him. The endless fog was frozen, and from afar, it was a shocking scene. The frozen mist emitted waves of earth-shattering, killing intent. This killing intent came from the fog and came from Wang Lin's body. It fused together to form that trace of slaughter essence. It was this trace of slaughter essence that made Wang Lin look like a slaughter celestial. The moment this trace of slaughter essence appeared, it shocked all the 3rd step cultivators in the 4-star systems. In particular, Taoist Water was sitting on a mountain in the God sect. When he felt this trace of slaughter essence, his expression became extremely gloomy and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Another essence. He already had a lot of source essence back then, but now he had another one, and it was the slaughter source. This was the slaughter source that even the Lord of the Sealed Realm couldn't comprehend. But so what? Taoist Water's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with madness. He held a golden bell in his hand as he stared at the sky and sneered. Wang Lin took a step forward, and the close to 10,000 cultivators of the 9 Annihilation Dawn formation felt the pressure of this battle intent. Their expressions changed, and they retreated at the same time. They had no choice but to retreat. Wang Lin's step was like stepping on their hearts, synchronizing with their heartbeats. Because of that, the moment his foot landed, the bodies of nearly 10,000 cultivators trembled. Their chests felt stuffy, and the origin energy in their bodies began to circulate rapidly. It was as if they didn't circulate their origin energy and retreat, their physical bodies and origin souls would be shattered by that one step. It was as if the Wang Lin standing in front of them was no longer a cultivator, but a demonic god who had returned to the human world from ancient times. Kill immortals and demonic gods. All of this, all of Taoist water's preparations, felt like it was yesterday in Wang Lin's eyes. It was as if he had used Tian Yunzi's soul to calculate the heavens and make a series of preparations to struggle for survival against Taoist water's heavenly might. However, now was a complete reversal. At this moment, Wang Lin had become the heavenly might from yesterday, and at this moment, Taoist water had become the person struggling to survive. The grudge between Wang and Taoist water has nothing to do with all of you. Quickly retreat. Wang Lin walked forward step by step. Every time he took a step, the close to 10,000 cultivators would retreat several steps. With the power of one person, with the hundreds of thousands of feet of ice behind him and the destruction of the slaughter source, he was able to force back close to 10,000 people. Kill. We can't let this person enter the God sect. The God sect has ordered us to stop him with our lives. We Cloud Sea cultivators aren't afraid of death. These close to 10,000 cultivators' faces were pale as they continued to retreat. There was nowhere to retreat to. Behind them was the God sect, the place where they had cultivated their entire lives. For tens of thousands of years, the God sect status was enough for all the Cloud Sea cultivators to revere and fight to the death for. Taoist water's goal was also for them to die. He wanted them to die to Wang Lin. Their deaths would ignite the anger of all the Cloud Sea cultivators and the sorrow of the other 3-star systems. With their deaths, he would cooperate with the Outer Realm to earn himself another great merit before the Outer Realm invaded. Under the dual threat of fear and glory, these close to 10,000 Cloud Sea cultivators revealed their dignity as Inner Realm cultivators. They suppressed their fear and chose glory. Glory to the Cloud Sea. Glory to the Cloud Sea. Glory to the Cloud Sea. These close to 10,000 Cloud Sea cultivators let out the strongest roar of their lives. This was the strongest roar of their vow to protect the God sect and the Cloud Sea to the death. This voice was enough to make the mind of anyone who heard it tremble from the depths of their soul. Under this voice of glory, these close to 10,000 Cloud Sea cultivators seemed to go crazy. They no longer retreated and charged out. They activated the incomplete 9 Heaven Destruction formation. They used their bodies and unyielding will to defend the glory of the God sect. Sad but respectable. Wang Lin's expression changed as he looked at the Cloud Sea cultivators charging at him. He had seen some of them before, but most of them were unfamiliar to him. These cultivators had different cultivation levels. They had different intents and Tao intents, and they came from different sections. However, they had the same bloodline of the Cloud Sea. They had the same beliefs and pursuits. They were the true cultivators of the Cloud Sea who were unafraid of death. They weren't protecting Taoist water, but the God sect. They didn't know how insidious Taoist water was. They only knew that the God sect had ordered that Wang Lin wouldn't be allowed to take half a step inside. The glory of the Cloud Sea. This was the glory of all the cultivators of the Cloud Sea. Under this glory, even third-step cultivators, even Wang Lin had to retreat. He might be able to kill with an ethereal fire, but how could he attack now? Under this glory, these close to 10,000 cultivators became even more crazy. As they charged forward, Wang Lin retreated once more. He looked at the faces before him. It was like back in the 7-colored realm, when he saw the Celestials disregarding their lives to defend the realm, sealing formation and struggle. At this moment, all the powerful cultivators from the 4-star systems and the rare third-step cultivators saw this and heard the voice of life in the Cloud Sea. This voice was enough to inspire the hearts of the Inner Realm and the cultivators of the other 3-star systems to erupt with the same sense of glory. This was no longer Taoist water trying to destroy the hearts of the Inner Realm cultivators and disrupt the Inner Realm's preparations. This was clearly a battle to summon all the cultivators in the Inner Realm to protect the Inner Realm and their homeland. Even Taoist water was dumbfounded by this. He didn't expect such a change to occur. He had underestimated the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, underestimated the glory of the Cloud Sea. Taoist water, you deserve to die. As Wang Lin retreated, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He took a step forward and waved his right hand. He didn't hesitate to waste his origin energy and test his limit as he let out an angry roar. This roar wasn't directed at the close to 10,000 cultivators, but at the culprit behind them, Taoist water. Stop, spell, stop. Heaven and earth shook, and the starry sky trembled. All of the cultivators' movements, all of the movements of the starry sky, all of the transformations in heaven and earth, and all of the spell formations, all of them were frozen in place. Not only were their bodies frozen, but their divine senses were also frozen. The moment they faced the glory of the Cloud Sea, a strange change occurred to Wang Lin's stop spell. This change was caused by the close to 10,000 cultivators and Wang Lin's killing intent. In a way that Wang Lin didn't understand, but vaguely understood, he switched from the stop spell to the stop spell. Only by possessing a god could one truly stop the heavens. This god wasn't a god or a divine sense, but a will, a glorious thought. Aside from the word God, there was no other word that could describe this thought. Before, Wang Lin didn't have this god, or rather, he didn't have much of this god in his heart. However, after seeing the power of the close to 10,000 cultivators, he vaguely understood. One word stop, one word stop. The world paused, and everything stopped. Only that glory remained in the starry sky, boundless and limitless. The moment the close to 10,000 cultivators were stopped, Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and all the cultivators merged with the world. Wang Lin moved them away by force, but he didn't harm them at all. They were worthy of respect. The world rumbled. Wang Lin moved the close to 10,000 cultivators away, but he couldn't move the glory. With one step, Wang Lin charged toward the God-sect planet where Taoist water was sitting. Taoist water, do you dare to have a fair battle with me? The God-sect trembled and the earth collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the planet. Wang Lin's body broke through the atmosphere and appeared in the sky above the planet. His appearance caused the hundreds of thousands of feet of frost behind him to howl. As cracking sounds echoed, the sky seemed to be frozen, and the frost spread in all directions. It covered the earth, and wherever it went, it would leave behind thousands of feet of frost. Under this coldness, Wang Lin's gaze fell on Taoist water, who was sitting on the 5 mountains in the distance. Little brat Wang Lin, Taoist water's sharp voice penetrated the world. Look at who they are. Taoist water had a ferocious expression as he pointed at the sky. The world rumbled and the void between Wang Lin and Taoist water distorted, and an illusory image appeared. In the image, the people of the Origin sect were surrounded by several cultivators in black. They were inside a basin, and there was a giant mountain above the basin that gave off bursts of light. It looked like it could smash down at any moment and kill everyone inside the basin. They will die because of you. I want to see if a flaw will appear in your Tao heart. Taoist water laughed like crazy as he stood up and waved his right hand. Are you worthy? Wang Lin's expression was calm, as if all of this was within his expectations. Taoist water was startled, and a sudden change occurred. Chapter 15:11. In the illusory world between the two of them, there was a giant basin in the distorted image. With a wave of Taoist water's right hand, the mountain seemed to lose its barrier and began to descend. It was going to smash all the Origin sect cultivators to death. The dozen or so cultivators in black floating around the mountain all had indifferent expressions and revealed cruel smiles. It was as if they were looking forward to seeing the Origin sect cultivators die miserably. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of bloodlight, and the entire image was dyed red. Bright red like blood. Under this red light, a blood-red sword flashed as it charged out of nowhere. With a sharp whistle, It headed straight for the huge mountain peak that was about to smash all the Gui Yuan sect members to death. All of this happened in an instant. It was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, the blood sword touched the mountain. This mountain was not ordinary. There were countless restrictions around it. The restrictions flashed rapidly, as if they were trying to resist the blood sword. However, not even a third-step cultivator could resist this blood sword. Even Tuo Sin's body was about to be split open, even if this was a treasure of the God sect. So what if it was a treasure of Taoist water? It couldn't resist the blood sword. The blood sword pierced through the mountain, and the moment it pierced through, blood-colored cracks spread across the entire mountain. With a thunderous bang, the mountain collapsed. As it shattered, countless large pieces of rubble scattered in all directions. However, some of the rubble fell down at an even faster speed. The expressions of the dozen or so cultivators in black immediately changed at this sudden change. They charged at the blood sword in an attempt to seal the blood sword's destruction. The blood light flashed once more, and the speed of the blood sword was unimaginable. As the blood light flickered, the rocks collapsed once more and miserable screams echoed. Blood holes appeared on the chests of the dozen or so cultivators that had charged out. Bloodlines appeared between the eyebrows of a few of them. The blood sword had pierced through their bodies and heads. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the eyes of the dozen or so cultivators in black dimmed. They all fell to the ground and died. Their origin souls couldn't escape their bodies at all and directly collapsed. As they died, their bodies rapidly withered until they were dried corpses. All of their vitality was absorbed by the blood sword. All of this happened too quickly, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening. In truth, if you were to slow down time, you would see that after the blood sword destroyed all the rubble, the moment it touched the bodies of the black-robe cultivators, their bodies began to wither and their life force was sucked into the blood sword. When the blood swords pierced through their bodies, the origin souls of these cultivators in black had already died. All of their vitality had been absorbed in a short moment. When the blood swords pierced through their bodies, what fell to the ground were dried corpses that looked like skeletons. Everything that had happened in the illusion between Wang Lin and Taoist water was only 3 breaths of time after Wang Lin spoke. "Are you worthy?" Wang Lin's words still echoed across the cultivation planet. There was a flash of blood light in the illusion. After the blood sword slaughtered everyone, it broke through the illusion and charged out. The moment it charged out, the smell of blood spread out from the illusion. The collapse of the blood sword caused the smell of blood to spread out. With the blood sword beside him, Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and closed in on the startled Taoist water. He raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down on Taoist water. The world rumbled. Although Wang Lin wasn't a third-step cultivator, his body was enough. As he raised his palm, a giant palm appeared in the world. This palm covered the sky and descended behind Wang Lin. It passed through Wang Lin's body and charged at Taoist water. Looking from afar, this scene would be something everyone would remember for life. The 5 mountains below Taoist water were like a palm that rapidly collided with the palm formed by Wang Lin. Taoist water's expression was ferocious. As Wang Lin closed in, he waved his sleeve and several 7-colored nails appeared. They shot toward Wang Lin. "Little bastard, since you're courting death, then this old man will help you." At this moment, Taoist water was still arrogant. He waved his hand, and the 7-colored nails turned into rays of 7-colored light that collided with Wang Lin's palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire planet trembled. Wang Lin's palm suddenly collapsed, and the power from the 7-colored nails caused Wang Lin's body to retreat 3 steps. However, at the same time, the 7-colored nails trembled and were swept away by this powerful force like a violent gust of wind. Joda! The earth trembled, and a large amount of rocks fell from the 5 mountains. Taoist water coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with terror, and he let out a crazy roar. Although he had guessed that Wang Lin would be strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. The The power of one palm was enough to collapse the 7-colored nails and make him cough out blood. He had no time to use his other trump cards and could only ask for help at a great price. The moment Taoist water roared, a laugh echoed across the world. The originally clear sky was now covered in black ink. In an instant, day and night replaced each other, and the entire planet turned into night. An illusory figure condensed under the night sky and charged at Wang Lin. Since I've taken someone's money, I'll help them avoid disaster. Taoist water, don't forget what you promised. This old man will only help you once. The illusory figure quickly condensed into an old man in black. This old man's face was covered in pustules and looked extremely ferocious. However, compared to great desolation, he was still far from it. At this moment, he charged at Wang Lin and was less than 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. Little fellow cultivator, I hope you can cooperate and let this old man obtain the rank 6 Tao spirit. Although the old man in black looked calm, he was extremely vigilant. He was secretly shocked by the power of Wang Lin's palm. In truth, he was greedy for the rank 6 Tao spirit and had already split his divine sense to come here. However, Wang Lin's palm had made him hesitate. Although his words were calm, he had used his full power. As he closed in, endless sludge appeared behind the old man. His arrival was like the roar of the sea of sludge that was going to devour Wang Lin. Taoist water's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He stepped forward and charged at Wang Lin from 2 different directions with the old man in black. 2 third-step cultivators working together to kill one person. This was extremely rare even in the outer realm, much less the inner realm. At this instant, a series of ripples appeared in the dark world behind Wang Lin. It silently closed in on Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed. Within the series of ripples, 32 abacus beads materialized and drew a straight line as they closed in on Lin Fan. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't even look at the old man in black or the abacus beads as he stepped toward Taoist water. The moment his body moved, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows shined. There was a flash of purple light, and esteemed Ling Dong's figure appeared. Without any hesitation, he walked toward the old man in black with a grin and waved his right hand. The world rumbled and a monstrous, purple sea spread out. Endless Joss flame souls roared, and the devil god Ling Dong's statue opened its arms. Almost at the same time as esteemed Ling Dong, a heaven-shaking wolf howl echoed. Zhou Jin's body turned into a blood wolf and charged at the abacus beads behind Wang Lin. Pack of wolves worships the moon. A cold roar echoed, and the dark sky seemed to be torn open by a blood moon that shrouded the earth. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions as the old man in black and esteemed Ling Dong's spells collided. This old man had come with an avatar, but he couldn't compare to esteemed Ling Dong in terms of Joss flame souls. The moment the two of them fought, the mud behind the old man collapsed. He coughed out a mouthful of origin energy and quickly retreated with a pale face. His eyes were filled with shock. "Who are you?" "My master's slave, Ling Dong." Esteemed Ling Dong sneered and chased after. The world rumbled, and the two of them began fighting once more. On the other side, under Zhou Jin's spell, the red moon in the sky smashed down. The wolf howls echoed across the cloud sea as it charged toward the abacus beads. The moment they collided, the abacus beads exploded. The world behind them distorted, and a middle-aged man, filled with shock and disbelief, appeared. This middle-aged man had come with his original body. Blood flowed out from his mouth, and he retreated. Zhou Jin also retreated a few steps, but his expression was calm. He charged forward, and his right hand formed a seal. The blood wolf behind him roared and opened its mouth to devour the middle-aged man. Wang Lin moved at the same time as all of this. He closed in on Taoist water. Taoist water revealed a ferocious expression, and his sharp voice echoed. "Yin and Yang disciples." Behind him, a giant rift opened, and countless Yin and Yang disciples flew out. Taoist water pointed with his right hand and the yin and yang disciples formed a giant lance that stabbed toward Wang Lin. This spear contained Taoist water's entire cultivation and all his Joss flames. The moment it appeared, the world collapsed. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the planet, as if it was going to be destroyed. I highly recommend a super urban novel, Campus Belle's Bodyguard, book number 193-1432, Fishman Too's latest urban campus superpower work after very pure, very ambiguous. Lin E was an ordinary third-year high school student, but he had another important task, and that was to pick up the school beauty. And it was under the order of the school beauty's father. As much as Lin, he didn't want to deal with this miss. He couldn't disobey the orders of his elders. He had no choice but to transfer to Songshan's first school to be the Miss follower. And so, the most powerful follower in the history of Songshan appeared. The Miss personal master. Let's see how this follower became rich, stole the young lady, and began his life of picking up girls. This book was a bit pure and a bit ambiguous. Chapter 15:12. Wang Lin shook his head, and his eyes were very calm. Taoist water was still at the early stage of nirvana void, and his spells were weaker than before. It was obvious he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. I can't kill you to my heart's content like this. As Wang Lin shook his head, he raised his right hand and threw a punch at the spear formed by Taoist water's Joss flames. This punch will break your traitorous slave, disciple form on behalf of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. It was a very simple punch, but it contained a shocking sense of confidence. This confidence made Wang Lin look like a god that controlled the life and death of the world. A punch flew out and collided with the spear formed by Taoist water's Joss flames. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the world changed colors. The tip of the spear collapsed, and countless fine fragments fell off. This caused the body of the spear to rumble. Unstoppable force. The entire spear, shattered in waves of miserable screams, echoed. Most of the countless Joss flames' souls dissipated. Taoist water's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with indescribable terror. He could no longer hold back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body continued to be pushed back by this powerful force, and every step he retreated caused the world to rumble. In an instant, Taoist water retreated 9 steps and coughed out 9 mouthfuls of blood. Popping sounds came from his body, and a powerful rebound force began to destroy his body like crazy. His youthful appearance suddenly aged in an instant. Impossible. Impossible. What kind of fortune did you obtain to have such terrifying power? After 9 steps, Taoist water could no longer resist the monstrous power from Wang Lin's 7-star ancient god body. His body was thrown into the middle of one of the 5 mountains. The mountain trembled and cracks spread across the mountain like spider webs. With a bang, the mountain collapsed and split from the middle. The giant mountain suddenly collapsed. Dust flew into the air and spread in all directions. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at Taoist water like he was looking at an ant as he walked down. In the distance, the black-robed old man, who had been fighting with his steamed Ling Dong, had a pale face. His mind was shaken, and he cursed in his heart. He felt fear toward Wang Lin, who didn't even look at him. Who is this person? He has a third-step almighty as a slave. How could he offend such a person? It's all this Taoist water's fault. There was also the middle-aged man who was fighting against Zhou Jin. At this moment, his heart was filled with astonishment. Zhou Jin's strength was on par with his, but Zhou Jin's Joss flames far surpassed his own. Because of this, the middle-aged man had no choice but to retreat, and he even took out a magical treasure to defend himself. Not worth it, not worth it. For that soul-fixing technique, Yin Fengzi, have offended someone who enslaved third-step martial artists. Yin Fengzi, will have to pay for this deal. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as he calmly charged at Taoist water. He raised his right hand and was about to throw a second punch. Just at this instant, Taoist water wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave up on destroying Wang Lin's Tao heart with the Destruction sect master. The ghost sex demon saint didn't seem to care about his hundreds of millions of Joss flames and showed no signs of attacking. This forced Taoist water to let out a roar at the sky. Tai Aluo. As Taoist water roared, a sigh echoed across the world. A person slowly walked out from the sky that was distorted by everyone's slaughter and was on the verge of shattering. This person's body was blurry, and he walked over barefoot. There was no origin energy fluctuation coming from his body. His appearance was strange and unpredictable, as if he had always existed. After walking out, the barefoot man didn't look at Taoist water, but clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Metamorphosis cultivator, Tai Aluo greets this generation's lord of the sealed realm. Wang Lin's body paused for a moment, and his pupils shrank slightly. The appearance of this barefoot man was too strange. Wang Lin had noticed Zhou De and Master Yunfengzi, but he hadn't felt this person's existence. Metamorphosis cultivator. Wang Lin didn't speak and calmly looked at the other person. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. If you release the seal on my body, I can lead all the clans in the spatial crack to fight for the inner realm. I can even kill this person for you. The barefoot man's voice was soft as he slowly spoke. Taoist water's expression changed. We'll talk about your matter later. Wang Lin turned around and ignored this person. Instead, he closed in on Taoist water. And his right hand formed a fist before throwing another punch. This punch will destroy your slave's body on behalf of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Wang Lin's aura was like a rainbow as he waved his right hand. The world rumbled, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. The ancient order head appeared behind Wang Lin and fused with his fist. It turned into a giant hand that smashed down. From afar, it looked like the entire world was occupied by this fist as it descended. Taoist water's eyes were filled with madness. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feel the killing intent and the powerful aura that made his mind tremble. Essence power, yin and yang, celestial dragon. Taoist water's face was pale as he let out a roar, and his hands quickly formed seals. In a flash, a black and a white origin energy rushed out from his body and formed two giant dragons that intersected. These two dragons roared and charged at Wang Lin's fist. At this instant, Taoist water's eyes were bloodshot, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He waved his sleeves, and countless threads appeared around him. These threads were all black and white, and they formed a dense net. This net was filled with a destructive aura, and as he waved his right hand, it shot toward Wang Lin's punch. Shortly after, Taoist water tore open his storage space, and a large amount of treasures flew out. The treasures shined brightly and shot into the sky. All of this rushed into the sky and collided with Wang Lin's punch. A thunderous rumble echoed across the cloud sea. The two dragons let out miserable screams and collapsed when they collided with Wang Lin's fist. The giant net trembled and was torn apart layer by layer. The storm formed by the countless magic treasures also exploded with a thunderous rumble. All of the treasures inside seemed to be unable to resist the punch of a seven-star ancient god, and all collapsed. All of this happened in an instant. After destroying everything, Wang Lin's fist smashed into Taoist water, who was flying in the air. With a thunderous bang, Taoist water's chest exploded and large amounts of blood sprayed out. His body was involuntarily pushed to the ground by the punch. The entire planet trembled. Taoist water landed on the ground and raised his hands to stop the giant fist. Blood continued to flow out from his mouth and dyed his clothes red. His eyes were filled with madness, and as he roared, a flash of golden light came from his mouth. Inside the golden light was a bell. This bell was shot out by Taoist water toward Wang Lin's fist. An extremely pure, celestial, spiritual energy suddenly spread across the world. The bell gave off a crisp sound, and when it collided with Wang Lin's fist, a golden wave suddenly erupted. This golden wave contained a Tao spell from the ancient celestial realm. The moment it appeared, it spread at an unimaginable speed with the planet as the center. The Cloud Sea, the Alliance, the Summon River, and the Luo-Tian star system. The entire inner realm was covered by this golden wave. It was as if this golden wave had swept away everything hidden among the stars. The giant realm sealing formation that sealed the inner realm appeared for the first time in tens of thousands of years. In the Cloud Sea star system, groups of cultivators were moving through the fog. At this moment, a golden ripple came from the distance and swept away the fog, revealing the formation under the star system. In the Summoned River, countless cultivators were preparing for war. At this moment, the golden ripples spread out and everyone's minds trembled. They stared dumbfoundedly at the space below them, as if the mysterious veil had been removed, revealing the realm-sealing formation below. In the Luo-Tian star system, there were many teams moving cultivation planets. However, at this moment, everyone was startled as they looked down at the realm-sealing formation that shocked them. The Alliance star system was the same. Many of the small forces preparing for war stopped in terror. They looked at the giant net that appeared after the golden ripples passed. At this moment, every place was in the same state. At this moment, almost all the cultivators in the inner realm clearly saw the realm-sealing formation that covered the entire inner realm for the first time. The boundless size of the sealed realm war included the entire inner realm. The fine lines on the net were shocking. For too many people, this was the first time they had seen it. At this moment, a majority of the cultivators in the inner realm seemed to have lost their breath as they stared at the shocking formation. Realm-sealing formation. This is the realm-sealing formation. The realm-sealing formation that has sealed the inner realm for countless years and has existed since ancient times. This. So the star system we live in is really, as the Cloud Sea said, a land sealed by someone. So it turns out everything is true. There are people of the ancient star system outside the realm-sealing formation. In the rank 1-star fog of the Cloud Sea, in the valley where Hongshan was, his expression changed greatly. He suddenly got up and took a step forward. With a thunderous rumble, he broke through the stars and charged toward God's sect. Damn it, this is the aura of the ancient celestial realm. This Taoist water actually has this. In the Alliance star system, a shocked roar came from where Serene was. Something from the ancient celestial realm. This thing seems to have fused with the realm-sealing formation. Before it fuses, it is extremely fragile and can't be destroyed. An illusory figure of an old man appeared and charged toward the god sect. Thank you, Xinxia0123, Huayu, Kai Weiwei, Horizon Spray, 2 White Sox Top, Phoenix Hand, sitting in Buddhism, and the students from the Outer Realm who came to join the 100 Celestial Renegade Alliance, and follow Wang Lin as a third-step cultivator to help him battle Taoist water. It is my honor to send you the stop spell and share the glory. Chapter 15:13. However, all of this was too late. Taoist water had summoned a celestial from the ancient celestial realm and was given the golden bell. This was a secret spell he had learned from the Lord of the Sealed Realm, and with the tortoise shell on him, no one could sense the aura of the ancient celestial realm aside from him. As a result, him taking out the bell to resist Wang Lin's punch was beyond everyone's expectations. Even if Master Hongshan and company wanted to rush over, they couldn't stop it. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This extremely pure, celestial spiritual energy and the realm-sealing formation caused Wang Lin's expression to become serious. Although he didn't know everything, with his intelligence, he was able to quickly determine some of it. At the most critical moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to pull his right hand back and slightly move away from the golden bell. Explode for me. Explode. Explode. Taoist Water's eyes were filled with madness as he let out a roar and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the golden bell. Only he could control this bell, and at this moment, it was filled with ferocity and resentment toward Wang Lin as it let out a roar. As he roared, The golden bell that had been separated from Wang Lin's fist and wasn't damaged at all suddenly trembled. Golden light flashed like crazy, and a destructive aura spread out. An earth-shattering rumble that became even stronger spread out. Countless cracks appeared on the golden bell, and the destructive aura raged on it before it exploded with a bang. This bell that came from the ancient celestial realm and could delay the inner realm for 100 years collapsed at this moment. Taoist water went crazy, and his laughter was distorted. The moment the golden bell collapsed, a golden storm appeared and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Although this bell was fragile, it contained a large amount of power. Once it fused with the realm sealing formation, it would cause the formation to change shape. This formation, which was a double-edged sword to both the inner and outer realms, would become even stronger and be able to resist for 100 years. However, this power was being used by Taoist water to attack Wang Lin. If this power exploded, forget Wang Lin, even the black-robed old man Zhoda, the middle-aged man Master Yunfeng, esteemed Ling Dong, Zhou Jin, everyone in the God sect, and the entire Cloud Sea Star system would instantly become a land of death. No one could survive. Only Taoist water, the Lord of the Golden Spirit movement, was unscathed. This was Taoist water's madness. He would use the Cloud Sea realm to be buried with Wang Lin. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Taoist water's laughter shook the world. He was qualified to laugh like crazy. As a third-step cultivator, there were no weaklings. Although he hadn't calculated every step accurately, he had a general plan. He was going to explode the Golden Spirit movement and destroy the entire Cloud Sea. He was sure that this golden power would impact the realm sealing formation. It was likely that a hole would appear in the realm sealing formation. At that time, he could use this to escape to the ancient star system. With his great contribution, he would be able to roam freely in the ancient star system. The golden storm was about to spread and collapse the entire Cloud Sea. At this moment, all the floating continents in the Cloud Sea trembled. This was a sign that a star system was about to collapse. The star mist had dispersed a long time ago, and the countless vicious beasts within it all let out sorrowful cries. They possessed intelligence, so they noticed that an irresistible force was erupting. Once it spread, no matter how strong their physical bodies were, they would still be instantly annihilated. Not many cultivation planets trembled. The countless mortals on them, too many people living in the Cloud Sea, would all die at this moment. All the cultivators' faces were as pale as paper. Their minds were blank, as if they were facing the end of the world. Giant cracks, tens of millions of meters long, appeared in the Cloud Sea Nebula. Even the giant realm sealing formation was flashing. An ancient aura filled the area, and the realm sealing formation spirit appeared. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. In the God sect, on a cultivation planet, the man in red that came from the valley behind Wang Lin suddenly appeared. He stepped forward, and his right hand pressed down on the monstrous storm. Shortly after, the old man from the Alliance Star system, Serene, appeared. His expression was extremely serious as his hand formed a seal and pressed down like crazy. Zhoda and Master Cloud Fang's faces were pale. They ignored the battle with the others and closed in. Their hands pressed down like crazy to stop this eruption of power. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin also arrived under Wang Lin's divine sense. 6 third-step cultivators acted at the same time to stop this terrifying storm. It's useless. You can't stop it. None of you can stop it. You want to kill me? Not even that old fellow, the Lord of the Sealed Realm, can't, let alone you. Taoist water laughed like crazy and revealed a look of excitement. Wang Lin, you want to kill me, but you've implicated the entire Cloud Sea. Even if you have 1,000 lives, I want to see if your Tao heart has any flaws. I want to see how you will stay in the inner realm. You are the sinner of the inner realm. Dozens of Heaven's Blight cultivators from the demon sect appeared. Their faces were pale as they rushed over. They were going to contribute their full strength. Inside the God sect, the elders that were on Taoist water's side all rushed over. They were desperate to stop this storm from erupting. There was also Tai Aluo, who was floating in the sky. His expression changed greatly as he let out a roar. His long hair fluttered and his hands pressed down to resist this storm. At this instant, the world distorted and the ghost sect cultivators rushed over. Esteemed Great Void's expression was gloomy as he rushed over to resist the storm. After Esteemed Great Void appeared, a monstrous demonic energy spread across the world. A giant face appeared in the sky. This face was the face of an ancient demon. The 9 demon stars and the ancient demon's left eye rotated and appeared. The demon stars in the left eye quickly flew out and split into 9 directions to trap the storm. However, the golden storm was very difficult to control. Even though so many people were attacking at the same time, they could only watch as the storm grew larger and heavier under the rumbling sounds. The old man from the Serene sect opposite of Hongshan said, "Hongshan, give up on the cloud sea." Hongshan didn't speak but clenched his teeth and surged his source energy like crazy to resist this expanding golden storm. Everyone kept retreating as the storm continued to expand. The storm was becoming more and more intense, to the point where it was almost out of control. It was as if they didn't leave now, they would never have the chance to leave. Wang Lin silently watched all of this. He was looking for Taoist water for revenge, but as Taoist water had said, this had affected the entire cloud sea. This kind of price made Wang Lin silently ponder. It shouldn't be like this. Wang Lin looked at the rapidly expanding golden storm. He raised his right hand and pointed to between his eyebrows. Forget it, forget it. Everyone, quickly retreat. Take as many people as you can. The cloud sea is finished. Once the realm sealing formation is opened, the war will begin. But before that, I'm going to kill Taoist water. Hongshan revealed a miserable smile. He knew he couldn't resist and decisively retreated toward Taoist water. Everyone else retreated with bitter expressions on their faces. They knew that the Cloud Sea sect was finished. The large amount of cultivators in the Cloud Sea, the countless lives, were finished. From now on, there would no longer be 4 major star systems in the inner realm, but 3. Wang Lin's right hand pointed to between his eyebrows as everyone retreated. The golden storm no longer had any weak resistance and was rapidly expanding. Nether Beast. The second ancient god star between Wang Lin's eyebrows flashed. As the golden storm raged, the entire sky darkened and a giant nether beast appeared. The nether beast's expression was sluggish. After it appeared, it stared at the golden storm in a daze. It seemed to be wondering what this thing was. The nether beast's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, and their gazes were filled with shock. Even Han Shanzi paused for a moment and looked over. Not everyone had the time to pay attention to Wang Lin's every move. There was no one here who knew he had captured the Nether Beast. Nether Beast, devour! Wang Lin waved his arms and let out a heaven-shaking roar as everyone retreated. The Nether Beast was still in a daze, and after blinking, it seemed to regain its senses. It opened its mouth, and the moment it opened its mouth, a giant Nether Soul mouth appeared on its body. This soul mouth was large enough to devour space itself. At this moment, under Wang Lin's command, the soul mouth opened and inhaled. Nether Beast, it's useless. It can devour the heavens and earth, but it can't devour this golden storm. This golden storm. Taoist water was startled for a moment and began to laugh like crazy. However, his laughter seemed to stop at an instant, and his eyes were filled with terror. The stars trembled and the earth trembled. The expanding golden storm was simply too small compared to the Nether Beast's mouth. At this moment, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the world darkened and the golden storm was devoured by the Nether Beast. After swallowing it, it actually chewed a few times as if it was savoring the taste. Then it looked at Wang Lin in a daze. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone, including Taoist water, stared at this scene in a daze. They all wanted to know what kind of reaction the Nether Beast would have after devouring the unimaginably powerful Golden Storm. Even Wang Lin looked at the Nether Beast. However, after a very, very long time, the Nether Beast still stared at Wang Lin in a daze. However, its eyes gradually became filled with confusion, as if it didn't understand why the people it feared were looking at it like this. Its body trembled. It was afraid. It was scared. The confusion in its eyes was replaced by fear. Bursts of muffled roars came from its body and shook the world like thunder. Make up for yesterday's debt. Ask for monthly votes. He originally wanted to return the sword to its sheath, but the flames of war ignited, and he continued to fight. Chapter 15:14. The Nether Beast's roar became even more intense, and the fear in its eyes became even stronger. It was terrified. In its life, it had never been stared at by so many people it was afraid of. These gazes made its heart tremble. In its sluggish mind, it slowly felt like something was wrong. It was as if the gazes of the people it was afraid of were going to pierce through it. Frightened, it let out a thunderous roar that spread far and wide. When it reached the ears of the crowd, it sounded like a furious roar. In truth, this roar only meant that it was very afraid. If it was in the past, it would have chosen to escape as fast as possible. However, right now, it was connected to Wang Lin's life, so it felt like Wang Lin was its closest family member. Just like how a child would choose the embrace of its parents after being frightened, the giant Nether Beast charged toward Wang Lin. However, its behavior was extremely terrifying in the eyes of everyone but Wang Lin. Even though they understood the beast's personality, they couldn't help but feel fear after seeing it devour the terrifying Golden Storm. Even the third-step cultivators retreated in horror. However, some of them looked at the Nether Beast with envy and greed in their eyes. If the old man can have one of these fierce beasts, it will definitely increase my strength greatly. The third-step cultivator from the Summoned River, Joda, licked his lips and stared at the Nether Beast. This Nether Beast can actually devour the Golden Storm. This is a bit different from the rumors. If this beast becomes mine, with it by my side. There is also a hint of greed in Master Yun Fengzi's eyes. With this beast by my side, even if I'm not a third-step cultivator, I will still be famous. The other cultivators from the Ghost Sect and the Demon Sect all looked at the Nether Beast with shock in their eyes. To them, this beast was also extremely attractive. Life's source beast. This Wang Lin can actually subdue this beast. The Lord of the Sealed Realm's choice shouldn't be wrong. Hongshan's eyes lit up, and he looked at the old man from the Serene Alliance. Among the people who retreated, only Wang Lin took a step forward. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it on the Nether Beast's body. After being touched by Wang Lin's right hand, the fear in the Nether Beast's eyes gradually disappeared. Beside Wang Lin, it felt very warm, and even its fear dissipated a lot. The waves of comfort coming from Wang Lin's body caused the Nether Beast's roar of fear to slowly weaken. Like a kitten, the Nether Beast gently rubbed its head against Wang Lin. However, this was also a terrifying scene for the surrounding cultivators. The Nether Beast's body was too big, and its head was even larger. Although it was gentle, it felt like a mountain was crashing down. When it landed on Wang Lin's body, there was a thunderous rumble. The power of this collision was extremely terrifying. As the thunderous rumble echoed, it was no weaker than the full force attack of a third-step cultivator. It has to be said that when the Nether Beast collided with the Luo Tian, even Wang Lin had to retreat. This showed how powerful this beast was. The black-robed old man from the Summoned River, Joda, sucked in a deep breath when he saw this. He immediately dispelled the thought of owning such a fierce beast. Not a single one remained. Even though this old man's body isn't weak, it still can endure such torment. If this ferocious beast comes to me like a spoiled child, then wouldn't I have to change my body frequently? How is this raising a ferocious beast? This is clearly raising an ancestor. Master Cloud Wind's eyes bulged, and he took a deep breath. He revealed a wry smile, and shook his head. The old man can't afford to raise this beast. If one day it becomes happy and hits me in battle, Master Cloudwind's scalp went numb when he thought of that terrifying scene. Not only the two of them, but all the cultivators who were greedy for the nether beast were terrified. This kind of terror was no less than when they saw the beast devour the golden storm. This nether beast collision is simply too terrifying. If I have this beast, I won't have long to live. Only someone with Wang Lin's powerful body would dare to raise this beast and let the nether beast act like a spoiled child. This kind of thing is too terrifying. The cruel reality immediately disintegrated all the greedy thoughts and caused the surrounding cultivators to slowly become sober. Under Wang Lin's comfort, the nether beast was no longer afraid. However, not even Wang Lin expected that after the beast lost its fear, it would erupt with a strange personality. It gently waved its tail, and its expression became ferocious. It let out roars once more, but this time it was roaring at the cultivators that it was afraid of. The ferocious expression on its face and the roars made it seem as if it only needed one order from Wang Lin, and it would charge forward without hesitation. What was even more exaggerated was that a large amount of fine hair had sprouted from its originally smooth skin. These fine hairs should have been very soft, but at this moment, as it growled, they all stood up, revealing a very mighty appearance. Its eyes were like a tiger's, and its roars became even more intense. It stared at all the cultivators before it, as if it was burning with anger. Its current appearance was very different from before. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but be startled for a moment. It seemed like it was going to charge forward, but it was as if there was an invisible rope holding it back. It couldn't charge past Wang Lin and could only roar even louder. The nether beast's angry appearance was very terrifying. At this moment, Taoist Water's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He could have never imagined that all his plans would change because of this strange nether beast. While everyone's gazes were focused on the nether beast that had suddenly become extremely powerful after returning to Wang Lin's side, Taoist Water suddenly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Others might have forgotten about Taoist Water, but he wouldn't ignore him. The moment Taoist Water retreated, Wang Lin took a step back. The world rumbled as Wang Lin charged at Taoist Water. Taoist Water's eyes were filled with despair. As he retreated, his hands formed a seal, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood was dark purple and gave off a cold aura. However, just as the cold aura spread out, a surge of heat rushed out. It rapidly changed between cold and fire to form a dark purple vortex that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin closed in. As the purple vortex closed in, his right hand formed a fist, and he threw the second punch he hadn't thrown before. This punch was heaven-shaking. The giant fist appeared before Wang Lin and collided with the purple vortex. A thunderous rumble echoed across the planet and the cloud sea. The moment the purple vortex collided with Wang Lin's illusory fist, cracking sounds came from it. A layer of ice appeared and rapidly spread. In a flash, Wang Lin's illusory fist was completely covered in ice, as if it had become an ice sculpture. At the instant the ice sculptures were formed, the heat contained within the vortex surged out. Due to the extreme heat, the ice shattered into pieces before it could even melt. Taoist Water's eyes were bloodshot as he retreated, and he let out a roar like crazy. "Explode for me!" Thunderous rumbles echoed once more, and the ice collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, Wang Lin's illusory fist didn't explode. Instead, it broke through all obstacles and shot toward Taoist Water in a destructive manner. All of this happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's illusory fist smashed into the earth and collided with Taoist Water. The veins on Taoist Water's face swelled, and he let out a roar. He raised his hands to resist this illusory fist. However, just as his arms collided with the giant fist, popping sounds echoed. Taoist Water's arms collapsed, and his flesh and blood scattered. Even the bones in his arms shattered inch by inch. Taoist Water coughed out blood, and felt an irresistible force come from the illusory fist. His arms collapsed in intense pain. This scene was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The moment his arms collapsed, Wang Lin's illusory fist smashed into Taoist Water's body. His flesh and blood exploded, and he let out a miserable scream. Just as Wang Lin had said, Taoist Water's body collapsed. His primordial spirit fled before his physical body disintegrated, carrying with it a monstrous fear as it frantically fled backwards. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he floated in the air. He had waited for this day for a very long time. No matter who came to stop him, they couldn't. His battle with Taoist Water had attracted too much attention. At this moment, it attracted the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators. In their eyes, Wang Lin was like a battle celestial. His white hair fluttering in the wind and his white robe fluttering was enough to leave a deep impression in everyone's mind and memory. It would be something that could never be erased. Taoist Water, back then, you forced Wang Lin to the verge of death. Before you, all resistance was weak. Did you ever think that one day you would be like a stray dog before me? Wang Lin, this is karma. Next, I'll take your life. Scenes from back then appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Killing intent filled his body as he stepped forward. You can't kill me. I'm a God sect elder. I'm a third-step cultivator of the Cloud Sea. I'm a slave of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. You can't kill me. I can contribute to the inner realm. I know information about the outer realm. If you let me go, I'm willing to become your slave. I'm willing to become your slave. Don't kill me. Although Taoist Water was a third-step cultivator, his heart was far inferior. At this moment of life and death, he could no longer care about his face and roared as he retreated. Chapter 15:15. As for the nether beast, its fur stood up and it roared as it stared at the cultivators before it. It looked like it wanted nothing more than to charge out. Its reaction was very slow, and it didn't seem to notice Wang Lin's sudden departure. It was still roaring ferociously, but it slowly began to hear the rumbles behind it. It vaguely noticed that something was wrong. Why were the cultivators before it no longer looking at it, but behind it? In particular, when Wang Lin's voice echoed in its ears, the nether beast subconsciously wanted to look back. Just like this, it slowly turned around and stared dumbfoundedly at the empty space behind it. It stared at Wang Lin, who was closing in on Taoist Water. After being stunned for a moment, the nether beast's eyes suddenly shrank. The roar that was originally emitting suddenly stopped and was replaced by an even more intense roar. However, this roar was clearly different from the previous roar. This roar was emitted from fear. All the fur on its body stood up in an instant, and fear appeared in its eyes. Its body trembled and it quickly retreated. In fact, as it roared in fear, the sound of its heartbeat could be heard. It was obvious that it was frightened once more, and it desperately charged at Wang Lin. Its eyes were filled with fear and grievance. When it thought about how it had roared at the cultivators it was afraid of without its master behind it, its heart trembled and it was filled with lingering fear. Wang Lin closed in on Taoist Water. He was very fast and closed in on Taoist Water in an instant. His right hand formed a fist, and no more illusions appeared. Instead, he threw a punch. This punch belongs to the substitute Lord of the Sealed Realm. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, and his words were calm. When he closed in on Taoist Water's origin soul, his punch landed directly on Taoist Water's origin soul. A miserable scream echoed, and Taoist Water coughed out a mouthful of origin energy. His origin soul dimmed, and he quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with despair. You can't kill me. I'm a third step almighty. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin approached him again and threw another punch. This punch is for Li Qianmei. Wang Lin's voice was terrifyingly calm. With a loud bang, the legs of Taoist Water's primordial spirit directly exploded and turned into a large amount of origin energy that swept in all directions. Miserable screams echoed once more. Taoist Water's eyes were filled with despair and madness. But this madness was nothing before Wang Lin. I am a slave of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. If you take me as a slave, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Don't kill me. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stepped forward and punched for the third time. This punch is for the Cloud Sea cultivators. For you, I tried to kill the Origin sect. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and his right hand landed on Taoist Water's chest. Taoist Water's Origin soul trembled and became even more dim. His Origin soul was almost transparent, as if it was going to disappear forever. This punch is for your golden storm. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw the fourth punch. Taoist Water's body was knocked back, and the left arm in his Origin soul exploded. This punch is for me, Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his right hand. It was as if he had grabbed the sun, moon, and stars as he threw a punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's right hand broke through Taoist Water's Origin soul and pierced through his chest, creating a giant hole. Taoist Water's eyes were blurry, and he was thrown far away by this punch. The intense pain caused him to regain a moment of clarity. This punch is for no reason other than to kill you. Wang Lin couldn't think of anything to say as he closed in. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch at Taoist Water's remaining Origin soul. During this moment of clarity, Taoist Water roared out his final ace. My life is connected to Mu Bingmei's. Killing me is the same as killing her. She is your woman, so kill her. Kill her. Taoist Water roared at the sky in madness. His voice echoed across the world and entered Wang Lin's mind. With a bang, Wang Lin's killing punch suddenly stopped 3 inches from Taoist Water. Taoist Water's mind trembled as he looked at Wang Lin's fist that stopped before him. His expression was ferocious, and he laughed like crazy. Why did you stop? Kill me. Come and kill me. If you kill me, Mu Bingmei will die. The old man was already prepared. That slut Mu Bingmei doesn't know anything. The old man helped her recover her cultivation and gave her pills to connect her soul to mine. What does that golden bell count for? She is the true protective talisman of the old man. Taoist Water waved his remaining right arm as he left. The world rumbled and distorted. Within the distortion, a large formation appeared, and inside the formation sat a woman. Her eyes were closed, and her white robe was stained with blood. It was a shocking sight to behold. Her face was pale, and at this moment, she seemed to notice something. Her eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the distorted world and land on Wang Lin. Gradually, a smile appeared on her face. However, this smile revealed a hint of death. I know, you've always hated me. I know your heart has always been filled with pain. I know Lu Mei has wronged you. Lu Mei is me. I'm Lu Mei. Over the years, as my body weakened, I gradually forgot that I was Mu Bingmei. I know I want to become Lu Mei. I know we can't be together. Due to Ping Air's existence, we can only become familiar strangers. I know. I originally didn't want to take that pill, but I'm tired. The destruction of the brilliant void, the destruction of my hometown, and the fact that I'm the only one left, I can't bear it anymore. So what if my cultivation recovers? So what if I'm a saintess? I want to see my child, but I can't. The relationship between us is an ill-fated relationship, a thorn in your heart. Even if you don't say it, I know. I won't have any complaints about dying in your hands like this. This is what I owe. Not you, but Ping Air. I owe him a lot. I'm not a good mother. If one day Ping Air awakens, I hope you can tell him. Li Muan is his mother. I am not worthy. I will use my death to end the 2,000 years of entanglement between us. You are free, I am free. 2 lines of crystal tears flowed down from Mu Bingmei's eyes and slowly fell on her clothes. They fused with the shocking blood and seemed to make the blood blurry. She closed her eyes and raised her right hand to press down on the spot between her eyebrows. Taoist Water was startled. At this moment, he seemed to care more about Mu Bingmei's life than Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered. When Mu Bingmei raised her right hand to commit suicide, his eyes lit up. His right hand stopped 3 inches from Taoist water, and he threw a punch without any hesitation. At the same time, he raised his left hand and pointed at Mu Bingmei. With one word, Mu Bingmei's right hand suddenly stopped. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and an indescribable force rushed into Taoist water's broken origin soul. While his right arm collapsed, it rushed into his head and directly wiped out his soul. It turned into a mournful scream. Taoist water, servant of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, head elder of the God sect, third step cultivator of the Cloud Sea, died just like that. The moment he died, a complex chant came from Wang Lin's mouth. Very few people could understand this chant, but the fading 9-star ancient demon of the Ghost sect was shocked when he heard this chant. Ancient Tao Life Transformation Spell. This is the Ancient Tao Life Transformation Spell. Rumor has it that the ancient ancestor can only use it 3 times in his life. The Ancient Tao Life Transformation Spell was something Wang Lin had learned from the inheritance he had obtained in the Ancient Order Tomb. This spell was useless to Li Muan, but at this moment, it could transfer all of Taoist water's vitality to Mu Bingmei. What died was his soul, but he kept his life force. At the most critical moment, Wang Lin gave up on destroying it completely and kept the life force that was connected to Mu Bingmei's life force. If it was before, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to do this, but now he could. Mu Bingmei, who was stopped by the stop spell, trembled. All of Taoist water's vitality entered her body through a special method and began a strange fusion. You don't know Ping Air or me. Wang Lin took a profound look at Mu Bingmei inside the distorted sky. He waved his right hand and released her. It was at this moment that the nether beast returned with fear and grievance. It returned to Wang Lin's side. Its eyes were filled with grievance, as if it was blaming Wang Lin for suddenly leaving. It was still afraid, even now. After returning to Wang Lin's side, the nether beast seemed to gain confidence and let out another roar. Its fur stood up once more and it looked very mighty. It stared at the cultivators before it with a ferocious expression. It was as if it would charge out if Wang Lin waved his hand. However, this time, aside from roaring, it also split a portion of its gaze to look at Wang Lin. If Wang Lin retreated, it would retreat without hesitation. What happened before had taught it a big lesson, and it was still fresh in its memory. In particular, when it thought about how it hadn't noticed Wang Lin leave and was still roaring, its heart trembled. It was angry and ashamed, and its roar became even louder. The bursts of roars washed away the smell of blood from Taoist water's death and squeezed into the silence of the surrounding cultivators. Demon sect cultivators greet the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The people of the demon sect silently pondered for a moment before they bowed under the lead of their sect master. God sect cultivators greet the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The people of the God sect had witnessed everything, and they all clasped their hands with complicated expressions. Cloud Sea Ghost sect greets the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The Ghost sect cultivators also clasped their hands. Cloud Sea Ghost sect greets the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Even more voices echoed from all directions. Many cultivators bowed. Thank you, Duke Fabalia, Long Yushing, Perfect Egg, Xiao E, Candy 001. You joined the 100 Renegade Alliance and followed Wang Lin as third step cultivators to help him battle Taoist water. Today, your names have spread throughout the Inner Realm. It is an honor to receive a nether beast each. There weren't many nether beasts, just a few. Chapter 15:16. His voice was like a wave that spread across the God sect planet. It became louder and louder until it was heaven shaking. Wang Lin looked at the cultivators before him and was calm. From the moment he returned, Wang Lin knew that since he had obtained the inheritance of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, he had to continue it. In particular, he felt the glory of the Cloud Sea. At this moment, he silently pondered and clasped his hands at everyone. Esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin returned behind Wang Lin. Looking at Wang Lin's back, Zhou Jin had a complicated expression and shock in his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a noble identity in the inner realm. Lord of the Sealed Realm, esteemed Ling Dong's thoughts were the simplest. He was refined by Wang Lin with his own strength, so his thoughts were deeply rooted in him. He calmly looked ahead. Summoned Rivers, Zhou De greets the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The old man in black wryly smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Summoned Rivers, Master Yin Feng greets the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I offended you before, and it was all a misunderstanding. I hope the Lord of the Sealed Realm doesn't mind. The middle-aged man also smiled bitterly and clasped his hands. Old man, Master Hongshan, you made an agreement with the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Today, you killed a slave to resolve the Cloud Sea's might. You are the current Lord of the Sealed Realm. However, the Outer Realm is about to invade. It will be difficult for the Inner Realm to resist, but we have to fight. You have 2 third-step cultivators beside you in your own cultivation level, but it is still not enough. Since you are the current Lord of the Sealed Realm, be prepared to fight to the death with the old man and the entire Inner Realm. Master Hongshan's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Wang Lin. He gave off a pressure comparable to Tao Master Blue Dreams. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and nodded. Old man, Master South Cloud, speaking of which, you are also a cultivator of the brilliant void. Old man heard from Master Hongshan that you have been to the Outer Realm. How is the strength of the Outer Realm now? The illusory old man from Serene slowly said. Time slowly passed. The cultivators of the various sects in the God sect gradually dispersed. The entire Cloud Sea was once again immersed in the intense preparation for battle. After Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud heard what Wang Lin had said, they became silent. There was worry in their eyes. The Outer Realm was stronger than they had expected. You trapped 2 of the 5 masters of the primordial era and exalted great desolation. You have done a great job. Otherwise, this war will be even more difficult. Hongshan sighed. This nether beast is a bit different from what the old man remembers. It devoured the golden storm, so I hope you can observe it. That golden bell was obviously sent by the ancient celestial realm in preparation for this war, but it was destroyed by Taoist water. Master South Cloud's expression was serious as he slowly said, there is also the 7-colored realm that Master Lu Fu mentioned. Since you took the initiative to request it, then go. As for the other places, the old man and company will use their divine senses to search and destroy them one by one. As for Tai Aluo, you can only release half of your seal for now. Once the war with the Outer Realm is over, you can release the other half. Master Hongshan's gaze fell on the barefoot Tai Aluo. Tai Aluo frowned. After pondering a bit, he nodded. Wang Lin clasped his hands at everyone and looked at Mu Bingmei, who was cultivating in the illusory sky. He withdrew his gaze, put away the nether beast, and Zhou Jin, and left. Wang Lin didn't stop in the God sect. He turned around and left. However, the moment he left, a divine sense spread out and shrouded the world. The God sect was created by the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm. As the current Lord of the Sealed Realm, I order the God sect to listen to Mu Bingmei's command. Mu Bingmei will be the God sect's sect master. Origin sect cultivators integrate into the God sect. We obey the Lord of the Sealed Realm's command. All the cultivators of the God sect heard this and agreed. The fog that had dissipated gradually reappeared in the Cloud Sea, but it was not as dense as before. It couldn't cover the realm sealing formation that hadn't been hidden since the golden ripples swept by. This formation was like a net. It was so dense that it could be seen by all the cultivators in the star system. Wang Lin's body appeared among the stars, and he silently walked forward. After killing Taoist water, he had resolved a major matter in his heart. Now he was going home. Looking at his hometown, Wang Lin's expression gradually softened. Whether it was the Luo Tian or the Cloud Sea, they weren't his real hometown. He only had one home, and that was the brilliant void. Senior brother Shimizu, I didn't have the strength to save you back then, but now I'm here. Wang Lin stepped forward and charged toward the brilliant void. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred in the cloud sea. Outside the realm sealing formation, in the ancient star system, several rays of sword energy broke through space and charged at the moon-devouring clan at an extremely fast speed. Before the sword energy closed in, thunderous rumbles echoed, causing all the members of the moon-devouring clan to hear it. As they looked up, the sword energy gave off a flash of light that shrouded the area. An ancient voice echoed across the world. The Sovereign Council has ordered the entire moon-devouring clan to gather outside the Eastern Realm sealing formation. This is the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. All the cultivators of the moon-devouring clan trembled. After a moment of silence, they let out shocking roars. They had waited for this day for a long time. In the ancient star system, in the star system of the Soul Sky clan, there was also a ray of sword energy that closed in. The ancient voice echoed. The Sovereign Council has ordered the Soul Sky clan to gather outside the realm sealing formation as the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. The Sovereign Council has ordered the Tai Yun clan to gather outside the realm sealing formation as the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. The Sovereign Council has ordered the remaining forces of the Fire-Devouring clan to gather in the Eastern Realm for the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. The Sovereign Council has ordered the Dragon Devil clan to gather in the Eastern Realm for the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. At the same time, more than 10 tribes in the ancient star system received the order from the Sovereign Council and moved out. Old Man, Vice Chairman of the Sovereign Council, Tashiko Higashi, will preside over the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. Old Man, Esteemed Nanjiao, and Tashiko Higashi will preside over the first battle after entering the Celestial Realm. Grandmaster Yin Luo of the Sovereign Council will be the center of this battle. These last three voices echoed across the ancient star system and entered the ears of every person in the ancient star system. This caused the entire ancient star system to be filled with battle intent. Slaughter your way into the inner realm and kill all living beings. Don't leave a single blade of grass. Let the ants of the inner realm know the might of our ancient heavenly Tao. Let the ants of the inner realm comprehend the true meaning of the ancient heavenly Tao. The ants of the inner realm are extremely ferocious and uncivilized. Our ancient star system will use slaughter to enlighten them and let them comprehend the true Tao. Slaughter your way into the inner realm. Kill all the inner realm cultivators. Steal all the treasures. This battle will only determine victory and defeat. The treasures, pills, and furnaces you obtain will all belong to you. Reopen the ancient star system ranking and leave your name for 10,000 years. The top 1,000 can obtain the great fortune of the ancient celestial realm. The top 100 can become the disciple of a celestial imperial concubine. The top 10 can control a realm. If you're a third-step cultivator, you will be given 10 rank 3 Tao spirits. If you aren't a third-step cultivator, you will be the disciple of the sovereign. The person ranked first on the ancient star system ranking will be given the decree of the ancient celestial realm to cultivate with a celestial imperial concubine. From now on, you will be called the celestial sovereign. Strands of divine sense echoed like crazy across the ancient star system and completely ignited the cruel battle intent of the entire ancient star system. Roars came from every tribe and echoed across the entire ancient star system. For the ancient star system, which had a loose structure of tribes, there was only one reason to fight, and that was to steal. Snatch everything they liked, snatch everything they thought they needed, snatch every female cultivation vessel they fancied, snatch. Steal. Steal. The inner realm cultivators have a son named Wang Lin. He used despicable methods to slaughter the outer realm Scatter Thunder clan, destroyed a branch of the Moon clan, and killed countless outer realm people. When the outer realm's ancient star system ranking opens, we will also open the outer realm's must-kill list. This person will temporarily be ranked first, and anyone who kills this person will be able to kill 10,000 inner realm cultivators. Kill, 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 kill. As the roars from the outer realm echoed, the 13 clans in the first battle outside the eastern part of the realm sealing formation had gathered. There were nearly 90,000 cultivators, and it was impossible to see the end at a glance. These cultivators' eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. They stared at the realm sealing formation before them. Once the formation was opened, they would rush in. Everyone had a mark between their eyebrows. Under the cruel killing intent, a strange aura spread out without anyone noticing. This aura caused the blood of these 90,000 cultivators to boil, and they gradually became restless and crazy. They were like fierce beasts that had been hungry for a long time and were going to devour everything. In the distance, there were 4 people floating in the starry sky. The person in the lead was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. His eyes were open, and there was a faint glow in them. The mark on his forehead was that of a black snake. Toshiko Higashi. Although he wasn't one of the 5 masters, his cultivation level was at the early stage of arcane void. Beside him stood a young man. This young man was very handsome, but his eyes were slender and narrow. When he narrowed them, they revealed a cold gaze. There was a layer of mist surrounding his body, giving this young man a strange feeling. The mark between his eyebrows was a rotating black fog, a steamed Nanjiao. In the ancient star system, although he didn't have a steamed Great Desolation's cultivation level and was only at the early stage of Spirit Void, his poison attacks were as famous as Great Desolations. Beside the 2 of them was the extremely gloomy Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. He stared at the realm sealing formation before him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Before the 3 of them was a woman wearing a cloud veil. She had her head lowered and her hair flowed down. It was Grandmaster Yin Luo. At this moment, her jade-like hands quickly formed seals as if she was calculating something. There was a flash of worry in her eyes. I have to thank Grandmaster Yin Luo for calculating that the inner realm is going to find the 7-colored realm the sovereign set up. However, how could these inner realm ants know the details of the sovereign's plan? Toshiko Higashi smiled. Grandmaster Yin Luo raised her beautiful head and slowly said, "The purpose of this battle is not to kill, but to set up the transfer array. Please remember this. In addition, that Wang Lin must be killed as soon as possible. We can't let him live." Grandmaster Yin Luo raised her beautiful head and slowly said, "The war between the inner and outer realms had begun. Asking for monthly votes. Help the inner realm fight to the end. First update sent. Today, it will erupt." Chapter 15-17. Toshiko Higashi's expression was neutral, and he laughed, but in his heart he disagreed. He looked at the 90,000 ancient star system cultivators and felt the violent aura and killing intent from them. There was a flash of cruelty in his eyes. "You are just being soft-hearted. These boys are already filled with monstrous killing intent. So how can I make them stop killing? As for that little cultivator Wang Lin, he is at most at the Heaven's Blight stage. He was just a bit lucky, so he was able to do what he did. It is too easy to kill this person, so there is no need to make such a big fuss about it. The first battle is to kill and steal, then to set up the transfer array, and finally to kill that little cultivator Wang Lin." Just as Toshiko Higashi was thinking about this, his expression changed, and he looked into the distance. At the same time, esteemed Nanjiao, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, and Grandmaster Yin Luo all looked into the distance. A powerful pressure spread out along with the thunderous rumbles and suppressed the roars of the 90,000 cultivators outside the formation. The thunderous rumbles became louder and louder until all the gazes of the 90,000 cultivators gathered on this spot. A giant, black pavilion suddenly appeared. This pavilion was too big, as if it was a cultivation planet. It was surrounded by endless fog, making it a blur at a glance. He could faintly see thousands of cultivators floating around the pavilion. All of them were wearing black robes and had the same mark on their foreheads, a black sword. Each of the black-robed cultivators emitted an extremely cold aura. Their expressions were cold as they floated outside the black pagoda and followed the group. A powerful killing intent shrouded the stars. The Sword Clan, the guardian of the Sovereign Council's Heaven Punishment Palace. The Sword Clan. Rumor has it that every Sword Clan cultivator has a terrifying cultivation level and has cultivated the soul-breaking sword. Its power is amazing. The Sword Clan has appeared. This palace must be the Sovereign Council's Heaven Punishment Palace. I didn't expect the Sovereign Council to send out one of the 4 palaces in the first battle. The huge black pavilion slowly closed in, and the pressure from it rapidly increased. It shrouded the area and caused the 90,000 cultivators to bow at the same time. We greet the Heaven Punishment Palace. The voices of the 90,000 cultivators were like a wave. The giant pavilion slowly stopped outside the realm ceiling formation. The thousands of cultivators in black coldly looked ahead and remained motionless. Under the order of the Sovereign Council, the old man has come to supervise the battle. An ancient voice came from the black pavilion. This voice was filled with pressure and suppressed the voices of the 90,000 cultivators. Now this old man will open the realm ceiling formation. The war begins. The ancient voice seemed to contain a sigh. Shortly after, a ray of crystal light shot out from the black pavilion and charged into the stars. It was a sword of crystal light. The sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. It was sparkling and translucent and emitted dazzling light at a glance. Endless Joss flame energy filled the crystal sword, causing the starry sky around it to distort and distort. He could clearly see the Joss Flame realms in the illusion. There were many Joss Flame citizens sitting in the Joss Flame realms and offering their Joss Flames like crazy. The moment the crystal sword appeared in a world that didn't exist in the ancient star system, there was a spatial rift that had been opened. This place was filled with celestial spiritual energy and colorful clouds. There was a celestial mountain surrounded by clouds, and there was a woman standing at the top of the mountain. This woman looked like a middle-aged woman. She wasn't extremely beautiful, but she gave off a graceful and noble aura. She was wearing a palace dress, and there was a bright red oval blood between her eyebrows. Looking at the sky, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She raised her jade-like hand, and a jade scepter appeared. There was a flower on the scepter. This flower was originally dead, but when the woman pointed at it, it seemed to have life and began to bloom. As it bloomed, 9 petals fell off and formed a whirlwind that flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. "Since you haven't made up your mind, I'll help you," the woman whispered. Her left hand took off a golden hairpin and she threw it forward. The Blue Mountain, where the Blue Silk tribe was located, emitted the sound of a zither. Although this zither sound was beautiful, it was also very strange. Sometimes it was murderous like an ambush, and sometimes it was gentle like a graceful celestial sound. These 2 extreme zither sounds fused together, forming a complex emotion. Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes were closed as his hands moved across the zither. He seemed to be hesitating as if he was making a decision. Li Qianmei calmly sat opposite of her father and silently looked at him. She still hadn't said a word. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly reverberated in the sky above Mount Blue, and a golden light flashed out from within the ripples. This golden light was a hairpin that a woman used to tie her hair. This hairpin pierced through the sky and charged at Mount Blue. It pierced through the houses at the top of the mountain and mercilessly stabbed into the ground between Li Qianmei and Tao Master Blue Dream. The zither music suddenly stopped. One of the strings on the zither snapped. The string was lifted high into the air. Tao Master Blue Dream opened his eyes and stared at the hairpin on the ground. There was a painful struggle in his eyes. After a long time, he let out a sigh and waved his right hand. The broken string separated from the zither and was surrounded by blue light. Tao Master Blue Dream bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fused with the string and flew into the sky. Outside the realm sealing formation, to the right of the crystal sword, the world rumbled. The 9 petals rotated and formed a monstrous storm. At the same time, a ray of blue light appeared, and the broken zither string appeared. It contained Tao Master Blue Dream's blood and his entire cultivation. It was connected to Tao Master Blue Dream's heart and contained a large amount of Joss flames. In the far west of the ancient star system, there was a hint of white here. Once a cultivator entered, they would immediately feel a chill in their heart. It was as if even their cultivation would be frozen by this chill. There were 9 cultivation planets in the distance. These 9 planets looked like 9 giant pieces of ice, or to be more accurate, they were one piece. A giant piece of ice that sealed 9 cultivation planets. Within this enormous block of ice, there was a boy who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. He was sitting cross-legged and was sealed in ice. Just at this moment, the boy filled with death aura suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely strange. Each eye had 3 pupils. A cultivator with 3 pupils. The moment he opened his eyes, a thunderous rumble came from the giant piece of ice that sealed the 9 cultivation planets. A giant eye appeared inside the giant piece of ice. This eye was the same as the boy's eyes. It also had 3 pupils. The moment it appeared, the 3 pupils flew out and turned into 3 rays of ghostly light that flew into the stars. In the ancient star system, there was also a spatial rift filled with celestial spiritual energy. There was a continent floating inside the spatial rift. This continent gave off an ancient aura, and it was unknown where it came from. A woman was sitting cross-legged on the continent. She was wearing a red dress, and even her hair was red. She looked extremely bright and beautiful. Even though the woman was sitting cross-legged, her red robe wasn't loose. Instead, it was tightly wrapped around her body. Thus, from behind, the woman's waist was shockingly thin. Compared to the curves of her hips and upper body, her wonderful figure was enough to make any cultivator's heart skip a beat. Her face was extremely beautiful and very white. At this moment, her eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of natural sadness in her eyes. She raised her jade-like hand and gently bit it. This appearance could make anyone go crazy. There seemed to be a soft sigh as she bit her finger. She waved it in the air, and 3 drops of blood flew out, transforming into 3 huge, ferocious ghosts. These 3 ghosts were extremely terrifying, and as soon as they appeared, they roared at the sky. Their bodies were like billowing smoke that filled the sky, and their roars shook the heavens. After a short moment, the 3 ghostly figures bowed to the woman in red, took a step forward, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Outside the realm sealing formation, there was a flash of ghostly light next to the crystal sword, zither strings, and 9 petals. An eye with 3 pupils appeared, making a shocking sight. Just as the 3 pupils appeared, a roar rang out. The 3 huge, ghostly shadows tore through the starry sky and appeared next to it. Just as the treasures formed by the 3rd step cultivators of the outer realm gathered, in the ancient star system, inside the sovereign's palace, the black-robed man was seriously injured after being forced back by the roar. He suddenly raised his dried-up right hand and mercilessly reached forward, fishing the moon in the well. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and weak as he slowly spoke. His voice echoed inside the palace. The realm sealing formation trembled. Under the gazes of the 90,000 cultivators outside, the formation trembled violently and became blurry. It was as if a powerful force was trying to pull the formation's soul out of the realm sealing formation. As the formation trembled, there was a flash of light and various formation spirits appeared. The bloody treasures gave off a shocking aura. It was the vibration from the realm sealing formation that had spread into the inner realm. This attracted Wang Lin's attention, and his pupils shrank. There were indeed coincidences in this world. Without the formation, the 90,000 cultivators outside the formation would clearly see the white-haired Wang Lin standing in the inner realm, looking at them from the other side of the formation. The second watch continued to write. The eruption won't be 3, but at least 4. I asked for the monthly votes to get back to first place. Chapter 15:18. The location they had chosen for the first battle of the Outer Realm was the Cloud Sea Star system. The place they were going to break through was where Wang Lin was passing by. The trembling of the realm sealing formation spread into the Outer Realm. Wang Lin clearly saw that the net-like formation before him was showing signs of chaos, as if a force was going to penetrate it. Seeing this, Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. At this moment, the inner realm hadn't finished preparing for war, and the seven-colored realm hadn't been found, but the war had suddenly arrived. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he immediately saw that the strange change in the realm sealing formation was happening outside. The ancient star system cultivators were going to use various methods to tear open the formation and enter. The realm sealing formation was a double-edged sword. It sealed the joss flames of the inner realm, making it so that the inner realm cultivators couldn't compare to the outer realm cultivators. It was the same as cutting off the foundation of the inner realm cultivators. However, it also indirectly played a protective role. Whether it was entering or leaving, it was extremely difficult. Just at this moment, the realm sealing formation rumbled, as if the formation soul was going to be pulled out. If one were to see this from the outer realm, it would be even more clear. However, Wang Lin didn't have time to waste. There was no need for him to notify the third-step cultivators of the inner realm about this. However, he was the closest person here. He knew he couldn't stop the formation from being broken, but he had to prepare for the worst. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. The killing intent that had dissipated after killing Taoist water rose once more. That sliver of slaughter essence grew in a terrifying manner. Kill. Kill all invaders. This was a war, and there was no morality in this war. He could leave now, but he couldn't. This was an invasion, the invasion of the outer realm. For his home, for his hometown, for the glory of being an inner realm cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were red. He had slaughtered his entire life for himself. Only when he felt the glory of the cloud sea outside the God sect did he feel the glory of being an inner realm cultivator. He didn't know how long this battle would last. Perhaps he would die, or perhaps he would lose the chance to revive Wan Er. But right now, he wasn't doing this for himself. He was doing it for his family. For the sake of righteousness, he had to fight. Just like how Hong Shanzi had asked him before, "Are you prepared to die in battle?" This is war. Wang Lin was prepared to die in battle. Although this preparation came suddenly, he was still an inner realm cultivator. Although the inner realm was filled with danger, he was still an inner realm cultivator. In one's own home, everything was survival of the fittest, but when faced with the invasion of outsiders, all of this was nothing. This was righteousness. If he still considered the gains and losses of the inner realm at a time like this, then he, Wang Lin, wasn't worthy of being called a person. He wasn't worthy of being called a cultivator. The slaughter essence grew like crazy under the influence of Wang Lin's various emotions. Slaughter, slaughter, killing millions of people for himself. He didn't deserve to be called a slaughter. He was just a butcher. Real slaughter was slaughter for the sake of righteousness. It was for a certain ideal, for the people and things one had to protect. One had to resist like crazy. This kind of slaughter was where the essence was. It wasn't for one's own selfish desires, to steal treasures, or to kill for the sake of killing. At this moment, Wang Lin understood. He raised his right hand, and 10 million rays of sword energy surrounded the realm sealing formation. He waved his sleeve, and his steamed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin appeared at the same time. Whether they were willing or not, they had to listen to Wang Lin. Even if they died, their souls had to listen to his orders. After the two of them appeared, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and countless restrictions appeared to seal the realm-sealing formation like crazy. At the same time, Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and the blood sword flew out, releasing a monstrous bloodlight. Under the bloodlight, Wang Lin waved his arm, and his body was covered in white light. He absorbed all the light and formed a light and shadow shield. The 9-colored fire in his left eye formed a storm that was ready to be released. The thunder tattoo in his right eye rotated, and thunderous rumbles echoed. Fight, fight, fight! Since he had encountered them, what harm was there in fighting the 100,000 invading Outer Realm army by himself? Wang Lin revealed a straightforward expression. He stood there like a battle celestial. His white hair danced in the wind, and his white robes fluttered in the wind, causing his figure to look immeasurably tall. A sense of glory slowly appeared on his body, the glory of the inner realm cultivators. The realm-sealing formation seemed to turn into a giant well in the eyes of the outer realm cultivators. The power of the ancient star system was like a giant hand that was going to pull out the soul inside the well. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the realm-sealing formation continued to tremble. The formation spirits appeared and were about to launch a crazy counterattack. However, just at this moment, an ancient voice came from the giant pavilion in the Sovereign Council's Heaven Punishment Palace. "Break the formation!" As soon as this voice appeared, the stars trembled. The floating crystal sword whistled through the air and charged toward the formation. Along with it were all the surrounding treasures. This was no longer a matter of one person breaking the formation. It was the combined power of the 2 celestial imperial concubines, 3 third-step cultivators, and the sovereign. Just as the soul of the realm-sealing formation was about to be pulled out by the sovereign and the formation spirits were about to counterattack, the 5 treasures rushed into the realm-sealing formation and began a crazy attack with the formation spirits. Silver light flashed on the formation like lightning. As the lightning moved, the entire realm-sealing formation turned into a lightning formation. The endless silver snakes instantly condensed into a spear. This spear gave off endless power of thunder as it shot toward the crystal sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As the lightning spear closed in, the power of Joss flames erupted from the crystal sword like crazy to resist it. The moment the sword and spear collided, the purple light from the realm-sealing formation shined once more. Whether it was the outer realm or the inner realm, they could clearly see it. Under the purple light, a giant whip condensed. With a swing, popping sounds echoed as it shot toward Down Master Blue Dream's zither strings. As the 2 closed in, they collided violently. Behind the purple light was a red light that dyed the stars red. It was like fresh blood was rapidly spreading. Waves of mournful cries filled with indescribable pain echoed through the stars. Within the red light, a giant 9-headed meteor hammer suddenly appeared. The 9 heads moved as if they were going to break through the stars and charge at the 9 petals of the celestial imperial concubine. The moment the red light appeared, a heat wave spread out. A giant war chariot appeared above the realm-sealing formation. The moment the war chariot appeared, a hot aura spread out. This was a giant catapult. It was 30,000 meters tall and emanated an archaic aura. As soon as it appeared, it shook heaven and earth. That was especially true of its upper arm, which had a flame that could burn all living things to ashes. As soon as it appeared, it roared and then shot forward. It charged straight at the 3-eyed I made of ice. After the war chariot, there was a flash of black light from the realm-sealing formation. It was as if the void had been devoured and a giant mace silently appeared. This mace was covered in thorns and was stained with a large amount of black blood. It gave off a fishy smell as it shot toward the 3-headed ghost formed by the 3 drops of celestial imperial concubine's Tao blood. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire realm-sealing formation trembled violently. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and his expression became ferocious. His battle intent had risen and was ready to erupt. As the realm's sealing formation rumbled, the formation spirits continued to flash, and more formation spirits appeared. However, just as they appeared, the mysterious force that came from the ancient star system mercilessly reached out like a giant hand. The realm's sealing formation trembled violently, and the soul that had been born over countless years was scooped out of the formation. This soul was invisible, but all the cultivators in the outer realm could clearly feel its ancient aura. The soul was extremely large, and when it was scooped up, it seemed like the strange force from the ancient star system couldn't withstand it. It only rose a few dozen feet before it weakened. A sigh came from the ancient star system. The giant hand formed by the strange force tore the soul to the side. Thunderous rumbles echoed throughout the outer world. A gap had been torn open in the soul. The moment the gap appeared, a crack immediately appeared on the realm's sealing formation. The appearance of this crack caused the realm's sealing formation to pause for a moment. At this moment, an old and hoarse voice echoed in the starry sky. The old man has done his best. The moment his words echoed, the 5 treasures that were entangled with the 5 formation spirits trembled at the same time. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the woman standing at the top of the mountain. Her right hand formed a seal, and she calmly said, "Explode." In the Blue Silk clan, Tao Master Blue Dream, who was staring dumbfoundedly at the hairpin, raised his right hand, formed a seal, and said helplessly, "Explode. Explode." In the western part of the ancient star system, on the 9 frozen planets, the boy raised his right hand and muttered, "Explode." In another rift filled with celestial spiritual energy, the woman in red's eyes lit up. She revealed a smile that wasn't a smile and softly said, "Explode." Outside the realm's sealing formation, in the Sovereign Council's Heaven Punishment Palace, a roar echoed. "Explode." Any one of the 5 treasures was enough to cause a catastrophe, but at this moment, they all exploded inside the realm's sealing formation. The impact of the collapse rushed into the rift inside the realm's sealing formation like crazy. A loud rumble that shook the entire inner and outer realms tore open the rift. A giant gap was opened in the realm sealing formation for a short period of time. The war had begun, begging for monthly votes. We're not far from first place, but can we really not kill a way back? I'm unwilling. Chapter 1519. The moment the gap was opened, the 90,000 outer realm cultivators revealed ferocious gazes and roared like crazy. Slaughter your way into the inner realm and make the ants of the inner realm tremble before the power of my outer realm. Slaughter your way into the sealed realm and steal everything. Tashiko Higashi's eyes were filled with cruelty as he stepped forward and was about to charge into the gap. Behind him, esteemed Nanjiao licked his lips and stepped forward. There was also the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. There was also a flash of killing intent as he rushed forward. The 90,000 cultivators charged out like crazy toward the gap in the sealed realm formation. It was difficult to describe this scene. The outer realm cultivators were like a flood, and the sealed realm formation was like a dam. At this moment, a gap appeared in the dam, and a monstrous flood rushed out. The sounds of slaughter echoed. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators charged into the gap and entered the inner realm that made them go crazy. They saw the world of the inner realm. They saw the white-robed Wang Lin coldly looking at them from the distance. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he didn't immediately attack. The collapse of the sealed realm formation made him feel like something was wrong. There seemed to be something hidden inside. That's why he didn't move and just coldly stared at the outer realm cultivators charging in like locusts. He was waiting for a guess. Just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. A jade pendant appeared on the torn realm sealing formation. This jade token gave off an aura that Wang Lin was very familiar with. This aura belonged to only one person, the Lord of the Sealed Realm. The moment the jade token appeared, a heaven-splitting axe appeared. This axe appeared very suddenly, just as half of the 90,000 Outer Realm cultivators charged in. The moment the axe appeared, it mercilessly chopped down on the group of Outer Realm cultivators. A thunderous rumble echoed like crazy. As the axe chopped down, all the cultivators before it let out miserable screams. They couldn't dodge at all, and when the axe touched them, their bodies exploded and their origin souls died. The axe was like a hot knife through butter. None of the cultivators were able to resist it for even a moment, and they all collapsed. Only the miserable screams echoed in the air. The axe chopped down, sweeping through the area below. About 5,000 cultivators were killed by this one axe strike. Seeing that the axe was about to fall, the expressions of Toshiko Higashi, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, and esteemed Nanzhao changed greatly. They didn't hesitate to rush out toward the axe to stop it. Hurry up and charge into the inner realm. Charge at full speed. I'll block this heaven-splitting axe. You all quickly enter. The door to the black pavilion outside the realm ceiling formation suddenly opened, and an old man walked out. This old man was thin like a skeleton. He stepped forward and closed in on the heaven-splitting axe. Just as he was about to stop it, the jade token inside the formation shined brightly. It turned into a soft light that shrouded the old man. The old man's expression changed. He felt that the aura of the jade token was a bit familiar, and when he closed in, his mind rumbled. Old ghost of the sealed realm, you actually integrated yourself into the formation. Just as all of this happened, there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Perhaps the Lord of the Sealed Realm had integrated himself into the formation for this moment. He no longer hesitated and stepped forward. As the eyes of the Outer Realm cultivators turned red, he waved his right hand. The stars rumbled and millions of rays of sword energy shot out. After the 10 million rays of sword energy, countless restrictions followed. A battle of one against tens of thousands began. Esteemed Ling Dong and Zhou Jin were forced to act by Wang Lin's divine sense. They charged at Toshiko Higashi's group of 3 who were trying to stop the heaven-splitting axe. As Wang Lin stepped forward, a 9-colored firestorm appeared in his left eye. Ethereal fire spread out, and every Outer Realm cultivator was filled with emotions. These emotions were the cause of the ethereal fire. Ethereal fire burned. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the thunder tattoo in his right eye flashed. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the thunder tattoo flew out. It continued to expand, and the 9 accompanying thunders rotated. Endless thunder descended from the thunder tattoo toward the Outer Realm cultivators that had just charged into the inner realm. Kill, 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 kill. Miserable screams echoed through the cloud sea. Nearly 1,000 of the tens of thousands of cultivators were surrounded by ethereal fire. Waves of heat rushed toward them, and they screamed as they retreated. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword rushed out from its hiding place. It swept out, and thousands of burning heads flew into the air. Even the blood was scattered by the ethereal fire. Attack! Kill 1,000 people. Wang Lin was like a tiger protecting his home as he charged out. The thunder tattoo was in the sky, and the thunderous rumbles were like divine retribution as they descended on the cultivators below. Miserable screams echoed once more. However, this kind of slaughter was not enough to make the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators retreat. Instead, it made them even more ferocious. At this moment, the burning cultivators seemed to have gone crazy. They knew they were going to die, so they chose to self-destruct. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a destructive shockwave spread out. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god, he would have to retreat. He is Wang Lin. Kill him, and you can enter the ancient star list. Kill him. He is only one person, yet he dares to block my Outer Realm army. Die, 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 die. The tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators rushed in with bloodshot eyes. Wang Lin slaughtered his way in, and everyone around him was an enemy. Countless treasures bombarded his body, and countless spells landed. The light and shadow shield around him collapsed in just a moment. However, his ancient god body was extremely powerful. Although the light and shadow shield had collapsed, he wasn't afraid. His 2 fingers were like swords, and with a sweep of his fingers, a cultivator's body exploded and died. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and the ethereal fire surrounded him. Although they had self-destructed, their ethereal fire flew out and surrounded Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't know how many people he had killed. There were many wounds on his body, but they were rapidly healing. The heaven-splitting axe descended once more. As it swept by, nearly 5,000 cultivators had their bodies crushed and died miserably. Ling Dong, Zhou Jin, the 2 of you dare to block us. You are Outer Realm cultivators. Do you want to be traitors? Master Enlightened East Cultivation Base was profound. As he waved his sleeves, he was able to fight against Ling Dong and Zhou Jin by himself. Not only did he not fall behind, but he was also able to fight with ease. At the same time, he split some of his strength to stop the heaven-splitting axe from falling again. Zhou Jin silently pondered and revealed a complicated gaze, but he didn't hesitate to attack. Ling Dong's face was numb. The other party's words couldn't affect him at all. Kill Wang Lin. Grandmaster Yin Luo had already entered the formation. She immediately saw Wang Lin, and fear appeared in her eyes. She raised her jade-like hand and let out a sharp cry. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor suddenly turned around and ignored the heaven-splitting axe. Instead, he charged at Wang Lin. There was also esteemed Nan Zhao's eyes lit up. He grinned and charged at Wang Lin with the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. At the same time, the skinny old man trapped by the Lord of the Sealed Realm's jade began a frenzied battle against the Lord of the Sealed Realm's divine sense. Thunderous rumbles echoed, but it was impossible to determine the outcome. This war had reached its peak at the beginning. Due to the existence of the Lord of the Sealed Realm, the balance was tilted toward the inner realm. However, the war showed no signs of ending because of this. In the ancient star system, more than 10 tribes received orders from the Sovereign Council. These tribes had already organized themselves, and the moment they received the order, they rushed out. They used the transfer array from the Sovereign Council to appear outside the gap in the realm ceiling formation and charged in like crazy. There were 80,000 cultivators from these dozen tribes, and there were 2 third-step cultivators among them. The 2 of them charged at the gap. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor and esteemed Nan Zhao quickly arrived. If they had the same cultivation level as the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, Wang Lin would be able to delay them a bit. However, esteemed Nan Zhao's cultivation level was shocking. He was at the Spirit Void stage. Just him alone was enough to kill Wang Lin. Not to mention, he also had the poison attack that was as famous as Great Desolation. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was filled with killing intent as he waved his right hand. The Fire Sparrow clan imprint appeared between his eyebrows, and a black firebird flew out. It contained a trace of ethereal fire and charged at Wang Lin. This firebird contained endless joss flames and a hot aura. The moment it appeared, it was as if space itself was going to be roasted. It closed in on Wang Lin in a flash. Esteemed Nan Zhao's eyes lit up. He didn't use any spells and only raised his right hand. His pale right hand instantly turned black and contained an unimaginable poison. He revealed a cruel smile and stepped out. He crossed the distance and charged into the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's firebird. Then he raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and his pupil shrank. He raised his right hand and quickly retreated. Just at this moment, in the distance, the world distorted and Master Hongshan and Master South Cloud walked out. Their expressions were serious and filled with killing intent as they closed in. Behind them, roars and shouts could be faintly heard from the starry sky. Glory to the Cloud Sea! Glory to the Cloud Sea! Glory to the Cloud Sea! Tens of thousands of cultivators rushed over. They were asking for votes, asking for fortune, asking for Joss flames. Chapter 15:20. The Cloud Sea cultivators had arrived. Tens of thousands of cultivators could see the rays of light from afar. Mortals couldn't see this. Only the cultivators that had participated in this war could clearly see it and never forget it. Among mortals, there were those who were lucky enough to see a meteor shower within 100 years. However, at this moment, the Cloud Sea cultivators were 10 times, 100 times more spectacular than a meteor shower. The rays of light were like rain as they closed in from the distance. It was impossible to see the faces of each cultivator in the rainbow, but one could feel the determination to face death and the madness to protect the Cloud Sea coming from the rainbow. At this moment, even the unbreakable heavenly mountain had to retreat and tremble before these cultivators. The glory of the Cloud Sea. At this moment, these 4 words came to life. It turned into an aura, the aura of the Cloud Sea. Amidst the solemnity, there was a sense of blood boiling. No one wouldn't be affected by this kind of environment. Even the most vicious and evil people who had a trace of nostalgia for their homeland would be infinitely magnified, and their blood would boil. Master Hong Shan was wearing a red robe, and his expression was extremely serious. An accident had occurred in the war due to Taoist Water's golden storm. Although he had been devoured by the nether beast in the end, Master Hong Shan was already prepared to fight to the death. Although the war in the outer realm had suddenly erupted, Master Hong Shan wasn't afraid at all. He laughed as he moved forward and closed in a flash. That laughter was filled with unspeakable heroism and majesty. It gave off the aura of a third-step cultivator that didn't fear the heavens. There was also Master South Cloud. This person was very mysterious, and Wang Lin didn't know much about him. However, at this moment, there was also a flash of coldness in his eyes as he rushed over with Master Hong Shan. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the Cloud Sea cultivators appeared, Wang Lin faced a great crisis. This crisis didn't come from the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, but from esteemed Nanzhao, who had reached the Spirit Void stage. The gap between the 4 void realms was very big. Spirit Void cultivators could not only use Joss flames, but they could also turn Joss flames into their own spirit. In truth, the power of Joss flames was also called Nirvana energy in the first void realm. Nirvana energy represented endless Joss flames and endless Joss flames. Nirvana void cultivators controlled the Nirvana energy from Joss flames to display all kinds of heaven-shaking spells. Spirit void. This spirit was a sublimation of the soul. Any cultivator who reached the spirit void realm would have their soul become a spirit object and fuse with their origin soul. In other words, in the body of a spirit void cultivator, their origin soul could no longer be called an origin soul, but a spirit god. As a result, in the body of a spirit void cultivator, the nirvana energy transformed into spiritual force. This spiritual force was different from the spiritual force absorbed by first-step cultivators. It was first transformed from Joss flames into nirvana energy and then fused with the will to change the origin soul. The body became the world, and the Joss flame disciples became the people. This method gave birth to this spiritual force. It could be said that every spirit void cultivator was comparable to a world. They themselves were a world of their own. The attack of a spirit void cultivator, even at the early stage of spirit void, was not something a nirvana void cultivator could compare to. Esteemed Nanzhao's seemingly simple palm contained his own spiritual force. When his palm fell, it was as if the world itself had rumbled. At this moment, in Wang Lin's eyes, esteemed Nanzhao's body seemed to have disappeared. Everything before him, including the realm ceiling formation and all the cultivators, disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had been forcibly pulled into an illusion, into a world he had never seen before. The stars were no longer there, and everything had disappeared without a trace. The sky here was black, and so was the ground. A pungent smell filled the air, and he could see countless people wearing black robes sitting cross-legged on the ground. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to the black-robed people. 100,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 100,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 10,000,000,000. This world was endless, and the number of black-robed people was shocking. All of them were esteemed non-Zhao's Joss Flame people. This was esteemed non-Zhao's Joss Flame realm. A spirit void cultivator's attack could send someone into their Joss Flame realm. This Joss Flame realm had already fused with the spirit void cultivator's spirit soul. This was the world where spirit void cultivators could create life. Wang Lin was moved. After all, he didn't know much about third-step cultivators, and he knew even less about spirit void cultivators. Even Ling Dong and Zhou Fengjin didn't know much about spirit void. If one hadn't personally cultivated to that level, no one would explain it to them. In Wang Lin's heart, there was even a trace of contempt for spirit void cultivators. After all, he had met Dao Master Blue Dream in the Outer Realm and battled the Sovereign. He had even joined forces with Great Desolation. However, at this moment, that trace of contempt disappeared. Wang Lin understood. He was inside Non-Zhao's Joss Flame realm, and the dark world rumbled. The dark sky trembled, and a giant palm appeared. This palm was also dark and gave off a fishy smell. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the entire sky turned into a giant palm that smashed down on Wang Lin. The earth trembled, and a buzzing sound echoed. The countless black-robed people around Wang Lin were muttering. Wang Lin couldn't hear what they were saying, but he couldn't help but feel irritated. To say that all of this was an illusion was both correct and incorrect. What was correct was that the Outer Realm cultivators were still here, and they were charging like crazy. The Cloud Sea cultivators were all rushing over. Wang Lin's body didn't disappear. He was still floating there. However, the sharpness in his eyes had disappeared and turned into a void. Before him, the black firebird closed in, and Non-Zhao's right palm closed in. The palm became larger and larger in Wang Lin's empty eyes. It was about to replace Wang Lin's vision and charge toward the spot between his eyebrows. To say that it was incorrect was because all of this felt too real to Wang Lin. He also saw the palm formed by the entire sky in Non-Zhao's Joss Flame realm, and it was rushing toward him. All of this took a long time to describe, but it all happened in an instant. He couldn't dodge or avoid it. The buzzing of the countless black-robed people made Wang Lin restless. He had the urge to sit down and mutter with the black-robed people. This urge became stronger and stronger until it reached a peak in an instant. It pressed down on Wang Lin's body, causing his eyes to turn red and the veins on his face to swell. At this moment, the giant palm closed in and formed a powerful pressure that landed on Wang Lin's body. It caused his white hair to move, and he was less than 10,000 feet away from Wang Lin. "I'm an ancient god. I'm Daoj." Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and waved his right hand. The ancient god gauntlet appeared on his right arm. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to choose the ancient god's blessing. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a giant ancient god suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. It used its back to block the sky from collapsing for Wang Lin. The sky collapsed, and the palm descended. The giant, black palm landed on the ancient god's back. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the black palm landed completely. The ancient god holding Wang Lin trembled, and his back collapsed. No blood or flesh flew, but the ancient god's back began to sink. It was as if even he couldn't resist. "How can I worship you all?" Wang Lin let out a ferocious roar. As he roared, the god holding him suddenly turned around. His right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch behind him. A loud bang rang out once more as God Ji's palm collided with the black palm. The world trembled, and a powerful shockwave spread out. With one punch, the black palm was forced back 100,000 feet. The ancient god let out a sigh and slowly dissipated. It turned into a bracer and reappeared on Wang Lin's right arm. There was a cracking sound, and several cracks appeared on the bracer. At the same time, the moment the ancient god's punch knocked the black palm back 100,000 feet, Wang Lin rushed out. His right hand also formed a fist, and he threw a punch. Daoji's head appeared and quickly fused with the punch, creating a heaven-shaking madness. "Break for me!" Taking advantage of the time the palm was knocked back, Wang Lin's body seemed to fuse with the punch. Fire and thunder burned as he charged into the sky like a meteor and collided with the black palm once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the black palm trembled before collapsing. Wang Lin's body broke out from the palm and flew out. Among the stars, the hollow-eyed Wang Lin regained some spirit as if he had awakened. In truth, his confusion had only lasted for a moment. After recovering, Wang Lin's face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood as he quickly retreated. Esteemed Nan Zhao's right hand trembled. When he was less than 30 feet from Wang Lin, blood came out from his palm as if he had been injured by an invisible force. His eyes were filled with shock, and his body seemed to have been hit by a powerful force. He was unable to continue his pursuit and was forced to retreat out of the Black Firebird. What a powerful physical body! Esteemed Nanzhao's expression was gloomy. He understood why Wang Lin was ranked first on the ancient star system's must-kill list. He hasn't even reached the third step and can escape from my palm. If he reaches the third step, he will be extremely terrifying. This person can't be allowed to live. Chapter 1521. Spirit Void. Spirit Void. Wang Lin's face was pale as he retreated. Although what happened just now looked normal, it was extremely dangerous. This was the first time Wang Lin had clearly felt the terror of a Spirit Void cultivator. There were far fewer Spirit Void cultivators than Nirvana Void cultivators, so their status was naturally much higher. As he retreated, Wang Lin coughed out more blood and his expression became fierce. He smashed his back into an outer realm old man. Before the old man could even scream, a powerful force entered his body. His body trembled and immediately collapsed. However, before his flesh and blood could scatter, it shattered into a strand of vitality that was absorbed into Wang Lin's body. Even his origin soul couldn't escape and was instantly absorbed by Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin didn't stop retreating and landed among the outer realm cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin retreated in a straight line. Any cultivator he touched died. There was a flash of killing intent in esteemed Nanzhao's eyes. He was about to chase, but just at this moment, a cold snort came from Master Hongshan. Esteemed Nanzhao only saw his vision blur and was replaced by red light. His expression changed greatly, and he no longer cared about Wang Lin as he quickly retreated. Old man hasn't killed for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps all of you have forgotten the true origin of Old Man Hongshan's Taoist name. Master Hongshan waved his right hand and endless red light appeared. This red light didn't come from far away, but from the bodies of the outer realm cultivators. It was as if the blood under their skin was being reflected. From afar, there were several cultivators with blood-red light piercing through their bodies, as though they were wearing bright red robes. Even a red robe appeared on esteemed Nanzhao's body. This robe wasn't red, but it was also shocking. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the moment these cultivators seemed to be wearing red robes, miserable screams rang out. The blood in these thousands of cultivators was forced out of their bodies by a mysterious force, and they were forced to the surface of their skin. It came from every pore and was squeezed out of their bodies. The miserable screams were filled with endless pain. Every single one of these thousands of cultivators was wearing a red robe. The moment the red robes appeared, they immediately shrank. As miserable screams echoed, these thousands of cultivators all turned into corpses and died. Their origin souls were forcibly imprisoned in their bodies and couldn't escape. When their bodies died, the death aura entered their origin souls, and they became the living dead. If this was it, it wouldn't show Master Hongshan's power. He waved his sleeve, and the eyes of these corpses shined blood. They scattered in all directions. It was as if they were being controlled. They charged into the outer realm cultivators and began a bloodthirsty slaughter. "Return my blood! I want blood! I want blood! Give me your blood! My body is very painful. My body is very dry. I want blood!" Strange roars came from the mouths of these cultivators. They wanted blood. After losing their blood, the pain they felt was not something others could understand. Esteemed Nanzhao also had a blood robe around him. His face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of spirit essence. His expression changed greatly, and his body trembled before collapsing. The moment his body collapsed, his origin soul flew out. His eyes were filled with endless fear and terror. He vaguely remembered a legend, a terrifying rumor about the Second Sealed Realm War that had spread for tens of thousands of years in the Outer Realm. That rumor was only talking about one person. "Bloodshirt boy! You're Bloodshirt boy! L." There was a flash of coldness in Master Hongshan's eyes, and he charged at esteemed Nanzhao. He was going to kill. Just at this moment, the expressions of the two third-step cultivators in the second wave changed greatly. They clenched their teeth and charged at Master Hongshan. There was also Tashiko Higashi. He recognized this terrifying person from Master Hongshan's spell. His expression changed greatly, and he charged out with the two third-step cultivators. He no longer paid attention to Zhou Jin, Ling Dong, or the heaven-splitting axe as he charged at Master Hongshan. Three third-step cultivators. While retreating, esteemed Nanzhao's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. He took out a body and fused it with his spirit essence. With a wave of his hand, 3 fist-sized balls of poison appeared and shot at Master Hongshan. 4 third-step cultivators. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor clenched his teeth and ignored Wang Lin. He also charged at Master Hongshan. 5 third-step cultivators battling Master Hongshan. As for Master South Cloud, he ignored Master Hongshan and company. He didn't even look at the endless Outer Realm army and charged at the Realm Sealing Formation. His task was very difficult. He had to repair the Realm Sealing Formation and close it again. The Inner Realm isn't ready and needs some time. This Realm Sealing Formation can't be opened. Master South Cloud anxiously closed in on the Realm Sealing Formation. He looked around and immediately saw Ling Dong and Zhou Jin. Wang Lin, lend these two to the old man. Master South Cloud's hoarse voice echoed across the stars. Wang Lin immediately sent out a divine sense message while healing. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin immediately rushed toward Master South Cloud and clasped their hands. "The two of you protect the old man." Master South Cloud didn't waste any time and directly entered the Realm Sealing Formation. His eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. A large amount of restrictions flew toward the Realm Sealing Formation. Grandmaster Yinluo, who was surrounded by a large amount of cultivation land, was among the more than 100,000 Outer Realm cultivators. Her pupils shrank. Even she didn't expect that the accident with the Realm Sealing Formation would cause such a disastrous thing to happen right after entering the Inner Realm. That was especially true of the Heaven-Splitting Axe. Now that no one was there to stop it, it slashed down. Even from a great distance, the huge axe could be seen clearly. As it slashed down, 5,000 cultivators were sliced in half at the waist, and they died miserable shrieks. Grandmaster Yin Luo raised her jade-like hand and pointed at the heaven-splitting axe. She softly said, "In this short period of time, my outer realm has sacrificed nearly 20,000 cultivators. Heaven Punishment Palace, Sword Service Clan, Soul Breaking Sword, stop this axe." As her voice echoed, the cultivators in black around the Heaven Punishment Palace all looked up. Without hesitation, they charged at the heaven-splitting axe in the sealed realm. The moment the axe fell, the thousands of cultivators moved in unison. They raised their right hands, and a black sword appeared. Once they gripped it, they swept it forward. Thousands of strands of sword chi whistled through the air and converged together like a rainbow that split open the heavens as it charged straight at the axe. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the axe immediately stopped. As the sword energy collapsed, the thousands of cultivators coughed out blood. However, it didn't stop at all. They waved their left hands and turned the blood they coughed out into a ray of bloodlight. Then they raised their blood-stained swords and chopped down on the sword energy. Grandmaster Yin Luo's eyes lit up, and she looked at Wang Lin. Her jade-like hand formed a seal and pointed at Wang Lin. "Three elders of the Sealing Extermination Clan. I'll leave this child to the three of you. No matter the cost, you must seal or kill him." The moment Grandmaster Yin Luo spoke, three ghostly lights flashed behind her and turned into three figures in purple. These three people in purple were like the sovereign. They were shrouded in purple, making it impossible to see their faces. The three of them didn't speak, but turned into ghostly lights and charged at Wang Lin. It was also at this moment that the Cloud Sea cultivators arrived. Tens of thousands of cultivators slaughtered their way over and began a cruel war with the endless invaders from the outer realm. The war had just begun, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Crazy roars echoed, and a crazy slaughter began. The smell of blood filled the star system. A Cloud Sea cultivator's right hand formed a seal. After killing an outer realm cultivator, he didn't even have time to raise his head before a flying sword pierced through his body. Behind him, an outer realm cultivator grabbed the flying sword that pierced the Cloud Sea cultivator's body and charged at the next target. Glory to the Cloud Sea. Before this Cloud Sea cultivator died, he struggled to look at his hometown in the distance. However, in the end, his vision became blurry and he chose to self-destruct with a miserable smile. Even if he died, he wanted to die with a bang. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the Cloud Sea cultivator's body exploded, forming a destructive shockwave that spread in all directions. Even further away, a middle-aged man from the Cloud Sea was covered in wounds. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, and there were 4 flying swords piercing his body, causing it to collapse on a large scale. However, he didn't seem to feel pain as he charged forward while laughing. He stared at the outer realm cultivator before him, and the moment he closed in, his body exploded into a shockwave that charged at the outer realm cultivator. He wanted to perish together with the outer realm cultivator. In the distance, there was an outer realm cultivator at the third heaven's blight. He moved like lightning, and a large amount of Cloud Sea cultivators would die. In this chaotic battle, it seemed like no one could stop him. His right hand reached into the chest of a Cloud Sea cultivator and took out the heart. His eyes revealed a cruel gaze. His right hand closed and crushed the heart in his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned. The Cloud Sea cultivator that had his heart and origin soul shattered raised his arms at the last moment of his life and mercilessly hugged the outer realm cultivator's body. The power of an ant. The outer realm cultivator sneered and waved his hand. The Cloud Sea cultivator's body immediately collapsed and was sent flying by the outer realm cultivator. His head flew into the distance, but his eyes still retained the hatred from when he was alive as he stared at the outer realm cultivator. He saw the outer realm cultivator being delayed for a short moment, allowing a large amount of Cloud Sea cultivators to charge at him. The Cloud Sea cultivators didn't even bother to fight. Instead, they let out roars of glory for the Cloud Sea and self-destructed. If 10 cultivators self-destruct can't kill you, then 100 will do. If 100 can't kill you, then 300 will do. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the destructive force destroyed the outer realm cultivator. Even until his death, the only thing that echoed in his ears were those 4 words that shook his soul. Glory for the Cloud Sea. The head that flew out in the distance slowly closed its eyes and was shattered by the shockwave of an outer realm cultivator spell. I've never written about a great battle. Even the Luo Tian and the Alliance didn't have the confidence to win. I hesitated for a long time and avoided the main point. I've written about regret, but right now I want to write about a great battle, a true battle before a great battle. I want to challenge myself. I don't know if I can write it well, but I'll do my best. Fellow Taoists, you are all witnesses, so please give me some faith. Chapter 1522. Many years later, a cultivator that participated in the first battle in the Cloud Sea went from a Nirvana Scryer cultivator to a First Heaven's Blight cultivator. He became the head elder of a small sect in the Cloud Sea. He was qualified to teach Tao. During one of his lectures, a disciple asked him what glory was. This was his answer. Glory is a will, a chaotic will. This will only has one thought, and that is to never allow oneself to retreat and never allow the enemy to kill even one step. Even if I die, I must die a glorious death. However, not everyone can fall into this madness. In the end, we are still afraid of death, especially after most of our fellow cultivators have died, especially after only a few thousand of the tens of thousands of cultivators remain. Who isn't afraid of death? At a time like this, glory is only an illusion. In the face of death, not many people can be filled with glory. However, what happened back then was changed because of one person, because of one sentence. He let us know what true glory is. Even now, I still remember those words and can't forget them. Every time I think about them, I can go back to that blood-boiling era. Wang Lin's eyes were red. As he continued to retreat, he witnessed the crazy actions of the Cloud Sea cultivators. He saw the faces that he missed and felt an indescribable aura. Kill, 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 kill. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and charged into the Outer Realm army. He raised his left hand and monstrous flames shot forward. All the Outer Realm cultivators that blocked his path died. He waved his right hand and thunder filled the area. Endless thunder roared and sealed the world and devoured the Outer Realm cultivators. He was surrounded by Outer Realm cultivators, and Wang Lin had already separated from the Cloud Sea army. He charged into the heart of the Cloud Sea and waved his hand. Miserable screams echoed. Wang Lin's eyes were red from killing. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He only knew that all the surrounding cultivators were enemies. There was a flash of bloodlight as the blood sword surrounded Wang Lin and continued to take the lives of the Outer Realm cultivators. Just at this moment, 3 rays of ghostly light flew out from the Outer Realm army toward Wang Lin. The moment they closed in on Wang Lin, the 3 ghostly lights turned into purple-robed cultivators. The 3 purple-robed cultivators floated into the air and formed hand seals. Murmurs came from their mouths rapidly. I, the descendant of the Sealing Extermination Clan, sacrifice my life force and summon my clan's divine ability to seal this person's origin energy. Seal. I, the descendant of the Sealing Extermination Clan, sacrifice my life force and summon the divine ability of my clan to seal this person's life force. Seal. I, the descendant of the Sealing Extermination Clan, sacrifice my life force and summon my clan's divine ability to seal this person's physical strength. Seal. The moment the 3 voices echoed, 3 seals of the Sealing Extermination Clan flew out from between the eyebrows of the 3 purple-robed cultivators. They turned into a heaven-shaking pressure and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin, who was slaughtering, suddenly raised his head and his blood-red eyes were filled with madness. This short period of slaughter had consumed a lot of his origin energy. This wasn't a battle against one person. This was a battle against tens of thousands of people. There was no technique involved here, only how to kill more invaders. All divine abilities became extremely simple on this battlefield. There was only kill, kill, kill. The 3 Sealing Extermination Clan seals closed in. The moment Wang Lin raised his head, they collided with his body. The Sealing Extermination Clan's seals couldn't be resisted. If they could stop the seals from descending, then the Sealing Extermination Clan wouldn't have become one of the ancient strange clans. Wang Lin let out a roar. The moment the three seals closed in, he raised his right hand and threw a punch. This punch created a powerful wind and turned into a giant fist shadow. It passed through the three seals without any damage. The moment the three seals landed on his body, Wang Lin's fist shadow also landed on the three purple-robed cultivators. The first seal landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's body trembled as the seal rushed into his body and completely sealed all his origin energy. The second seal suddenly closed in. The moment it landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows, his face rapidly aged until he almost became an old man. The third seal landed at the same time, and Wang Lin's body trembled. His seven-star lucky god power quickly withdrew from his body and was sealed between his eyebrows. The three seals between Wang Lin's eyebrows flashed with ghostly light and split into countless branches that spread across Wang Lin's body. At a glance, it looked like there was a ghostly net covering Wang Lin's body. Inside this net, his origin energy, vitality, and physical strength were completely sealed. However, if they wanted to seal Wang Lin, the price was their life. The three purple-robe cultivators had just been sealed when Wang Lin's punch arrived before they were sealed. A violent gust of wind swept by, and the robes covering the heads of the three old men in purple were instantly lifted, revealing three old faces. Their expressions were the same as ever, and there was not a hint of fear in them. Their eyes were calm, and when the fist closed in, the three of them closed their eyes. They had been adopted by the Sovereign Council since they were young in order to seal a third-step cultivator. Using their lives to seal a third-step cultivator was the only value they had in their lives. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin's illusory fist landed on the three of them. Their purple robes collapsed, their bodies dissipated, and their origins' souls died. Although they were dead, the power of the seal didn't dissipate. Grandmaster Yin Luo, who had been observing from the distance, raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. She sent out an order, and the outer realm cultivators around Wang Lin charged at Wang Lin. He has been sealed. Kill him, and you can enter the ancient star system ranking. This person is already trash. Kill him. He has killed many of our fellow cultivators. This person's cultivation level is high. He is a third-step cultivator. Today, we'll kill him and shock the inner realm. Wang Lin had lost all his strength and no longer had the strength to float among the stars. He fell down, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of cultivators closed in. They were filled with killing intent and ferociousness. Their treasures flew toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin's body was hit by countless flying treasures. Although his cultivation was gone, his body was still powerful. Under this powerful impact, Wang Lin coughed out blood. Sealing Life Clan. Wang Lin let out a roar. His sealed cultivation, ancient god power, and vitality charged at the Sealing Extermination Clan like crazy. He wanted to break the seal. Thunderous rumbles echoed as thousands of flying swords landed on Wang Lin's body. Popping sounds echoed, and Wang Lin's body was covered in blood. He coughed out blood once more, but his eyes were filled with coldness. After the large amount of treasures, the tens of thousands of cultivators closed in. All kinds of spells landed on Wang Lin's body. An outer realm old man raised his right hand and let out a ferocious roar. Die! His right hand smashed down on Wang Lin's head. However, just as his palm landed, the old man let out a miserable scream and raised his right hand. His entire right arm was twisted. Wang Lin's body was so strong that his palm had shattered the bones in his right arm. Just at this moment, even more outer realm cultivators arrived. More than a dozen palms landed on Wang Lin's body. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin coughed out blood once more. Behind the 10 or so people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people began to unleash their divine abilities in a frenzy of attacks. Under this bombardment, Wang Lin's body was injured, but the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Not enough, still not enough. Is this all you have? Wang Lin's voice was very soft, but the cultivators here weren't mortals, so they could clearly hear him. Arrogant to the extreme, kill. Attack together. The old man doesn't believe we can't kill this person. What kind of body does he have? It's actually so terrifying. This scene shocked not only the Outer Realm cultivators, but also all the Cloud Sea cultivators. When they saw this, their minds trembled, and at the same time, they thought of Wang Lin's identity. At this instant, all the Cloud Sea cultivators went crazy and wanted to rush over to protect Wang Lin. While facing the ferocity of the Outer Realm cultivators, Wang Lin's powerful body shocked them, and their killing intent became even stronger. At this moment, almost all of them used their full cultivation and used their most powerful spells. This created a heaven-shattering storm that shook the entire star system. This storm rumbled as it charged at Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the expression of Grandmaster Yin Luo, who had been watching all of this, changed greatly. Several cracks appeared on her right hand and blood dripped down. Not good. This person can't be killed like this. She was about to give the order, but she was a step too late. When the storm formed by the strongest spells of tens of thousands of cultivators closed in on Wang Lin, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He clenched his teeth and allowed the storm to close in on him. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. Inside this storm, Wang Lin's body was covered in blood, and even his eyes were dim. He was seriously injured and coughed out blood. However, he suddenly raised his head, and his dim eyes were filled with battle intent. The storm roared and surrounded Wang Lin. As it charged, Wang Lin relied on this external force to break the first seal. The moment the origin energy seal collapsed, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and stepped forward. He waved his right hand, and ethereal fire appeared. Miserable screams echoed from the surroundings. The second seal collapsed, and Wang Lin, who had turned into an old man, changed back to a young man. His injuries rapidly recovered. The third seal collapsed, and ancient god power rushed out from between his eyebrows and entered his body. Have you guys fought enough? Wang Lin's voice echoed inside the storm. I'm in Beijing. I'm currently in the hotel, writing while waiting for my fellow cultivators. I'm prepared to drink myself to death in the next few days. I'll continue to write. There's one more chapter tonight, and even if I get drunk today, I'll finish writing the second chapter. Hee, everyone can rest assured that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.